So let's see how we're doing here. So this morning is community building and hiring. Nope. I'll just basically say I'm a dean, co-founder. Matrix?
Yes.
Or is it co-founder and guardian? Yeah, I like it. So I'll just very briefly, I'll just mention your names and ask you just to say a few words of introduction. Guys, I don't have any bios for anyone, so what I'll do is I'll introduce myself, I'll introduce Matt as the... Okay, I'll introduce myself.
Frank, you know all. You were here yesterday. That's right. Yeah.
I was just, no time zone at the moment, so. You can ask her. I think he's asking if you want him to go direct people into the room.
If you want to, yeah. I mean, people are...
This is the guy. He's like...
Next door finished late, so...
You have the green light.
I don't need the green light. I need to stop.
Are we going to wait for another few minutes? Or?
I think maybe just... Oh, no, I think we should probably start now, because it's quite late.
It's weird, the plenary session finished at 1:15, but these sessions started at 10.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you really enjoyed last night. It was a pity that the lights didn't dim so that you were able to see Circus Alba with the true glory of all of their light show, which if you were at the COP Fringe event, you may have seen. They were fantastic. Anyway, you're welcome to what is now the third entrepreneurship workshop. The topic of today is community building and hiring. So all things community. One of the things that we discussed yesterday was whether open source, open distribution was just a distribution strategy, and I think we agreed that was one thing that it was, but we also had a bit of a discussion about the fact that the engagements with the community can often lead to really great hires because you are engaging with people, or people are engaging with your project, they're excited about your project, and you can identify some added value that they can bring. So we might continue those sorts of conversations. For anyone who's not been in this room thus far, I'll introduce myself first of all. My name is Eleanor Shaw. I am a Professor of Entrepreneurship at Strathclyde Business School, which is the UK's first technological university. So we, as you could imagine, are very interested in all things technical, and I'm particularly interested in the interface between emerging technologies and entrepreneurial mindsets and behaviours, because often it's the entrepreneurial mindset and behaviour that is able to, wants to, passionate, driven to engage with innovations and drive technologies and engage in the process of creative destruction, getting rid of the old and bringing in new, and often bringing in new for very good purposes. So I'll be a co-host of this panel. I'd like to introduce you to the co-pilot, Matt. Matt, do you want to just say a few words?
Yep, thank you very much, Ellen, and good morning, everybody. I'm Matt Barker. I'm co-founder and president of JetStack, which is a company that I started around Kubernetes about 8-9 years ago now. My entire career has been in open source software companies, basically. I think I started actually with Amanda at Canonical back in, for me, 2006, where I was in sales originally, but was really interested in the engineers, what the engineers were doing. I mean, I looked at their sort of terminals and was like, you know, what the hell is that and what they're doing? But what really fascinated me was the impact of the work and how that actually landed in inside organizations, and was lucky enough to see a very early development of LXC, which became Docker. And after a stint at MongoDB, where I was one of the early employees there, I left off the back of that when I saw the open sourcing of Kubernetes to create JetStack, created a services company, built that in the process, created a number of open source projects, one which became a de facto standard of the Kubernetes ecosystem, and then we were acquired a few years ago. I help with Open UK as entrepreneur in residence, and that's where I'm trying to help foster, encourage, and mentor startups in the open source space. And a large part of what we need to do is educate the UK on open source and starting businesses. And so these sorts of sessions are really to try and help to achieve that. Looking forward to the discussion today. I've been through a lot of these issues myself, the ones that we've been tackling yesterday and today. Community is a big part of what we do at JetStack, so I'm looking forward to some interesting discussion. We do have a Slido. I don't know if someone can put up the Slido link. So I have access to the Slido sort of responses. So if anyone has got any questions that they want to ask or any comments in that, then I'll see those and I can add them as part of the panel discussion. But looking forward to a great session.
Thank you. Can we put it back to the speaker slide, please? Thank you, great. Can I now introduce you to Amandine, who is the co-founder and guardian at Matrix. Hi, Amandine.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. So yes, I'm a co-founder and guardian for Matrix. Matrix being a decentralized, secure, open standard for communication, trying to break the fragmentation of communication and bring an open layer to the web just for real-time comms. I'm also COO and co-founder of Element, which is the company which builds on top of Matrix, hires the core team of Matrix. So a lot of the topics we'll be talking about are very relevant to us.
Thanks, Amandine. And Ron, can we go over to yourself now, please?
Yeah, definitely. Hi, everyone. I'm Ron. I'm CEO and co-founder of Phlox, as well as board member and treasurer of the NixOS Foundation. We've been around for about 20 years in a month, but we're just getting started. So a lot of these topics are really in the mix of what we're thinking about today.
And you have some of your community with you today.
Yeah,
we
have a bunch of the community folks, the folks that organized NixCon, so it's
Can I also just give a congratulations as well to Ron, who, as of yesterday, raised?
Yeah. So yesterday we announced our Series A round. We closed 27 million in total funding. Thank you.
I can see why you're excited.
And we made Phlox open source. So Phlox is kind of a layer that is bringing Nix to more developers and teams, and we are totally doubling down on making it open source as well and starting to contribute back. So
Congratulations.
Thank you, congratulations, great to hear. Frank, can we go to you now, please?
Thanks a lot. My name is Frank Karliczek. I'm doing open source for a long time, 25 years, in different projects and different roles. Was, for example, deeply involved in the KDE community for quite some time. Was vice president of KDE EV and other things. Then I founded a bunch of projects and companies myself. For example, one based in the US with American VCs in it. Nowadays, I'm founder and CEO of Nextcloud, where I'm actually proud that we didn't raise any money. It's all just bootstrapped of the core team itself. Yeah, independent, have no venture capital, nothing in the organization. Still growing fast. Company is about like 90 people at the moment. We're in a very big open source community with over 2,000 contributors on GitHub to the core itself, plus the ecosystem. And yeah, really happy to be here today.
Thank you, Frank, and glad to have you here with us on the panel. Now, just to confuse me, because I'm dyslexic, so having a Frank and a Franz next to one another is never going to be easy for me, but Franz, welcome to the panel. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, and thanks for having me. So my name is Franz Karlsberger. I'm the CEO of Amaze.io. Amaze.io is the initiator of the open source project Lagoon, which is an application delivery platform, and was actually born out of the necessity of our mother company, which was Amaze Labs. So they were looking for a platform allowing their developers really to deploy modern applications on a containerized infrastructure. And as we were coming out of the open source Drupal ecosystem, it was very natural for us that we are also open sourcing our application delivery platform. And we have been bootstrapped, but in the meanwhile actually got acquired. So we got acquired by Marantis, which is also a big contributor in the open source industry. And jointly we're actually now following that path, providing a zero-ops application delivery platform for our use.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. So guys, the way this will work, we will have a fairly informal but lively conversation, I'm sure. And as things get warmed up, then please just, if you want to ask any questions, pop your hand up. We've got a couple of people with mics that are roving around. There we go. Thank you. Yep, there's both sides of the room, so our lovely roving mic assistants will come to you and ask questions. If we get to a point where no questions have been asked, we will then open it up to that part of the workshop. So, Matt, over to you for the opening remarks.
Yeah, I thought I'd kick it off just by asking the panel a bit about what's unique about an open source community. Obviously, communities of users aren't particularly unique, but obviously, I know open source ones are. Would anyone like to talk a little bit about what they think makes unique?
Yeah, definitely. So I have like the retrospective out in California. I also run one of the largest Israeli tech nonprofits, so very different type of community, other than the NixOS Foundation. And at least from my perspective, what I've seen is that open source communities have been one of the more passionate, I think, bunch. I think what's unique to me about open source technology communities is that it's completely unbiased, right? So if it's a strong technology, if it's something that people believe in, they'll come. So you kind of have this starting point where everyone that's there contributing or coming to events are already, fully bought in, passionate, and contributing, and it just makes it a much stronger and lively and supportive, I guess, group of folks.
So you think passion?
Yeah.
Frank?
I think it's very important to differentiate a little bit because there are lots of different types of communities. I'm sure if you ask some proprietary companies, they will say that their customers are a community, but that's not what I personally mean. I understand as community. For me, a community are contributors that are really doing something, contributing to the project. In the past, it was mostly writing code, but of course there are other ways to contribute. For example, Nextcloud is translated in like 90 languages, including Klingon, and this is done by contributors from all over the world as volunteers. And there, of course, there are other people who run marketing activities. For example, lately I was in Los Angeles at a conference called Scale. I gave a talk there. I just walked into the event and then I thought, oh, well, there's an Nextcloud booth here. Interesting. So I didn't even know. So we have community people who run like booths at events without even talking to the company. So I think this is an example of a great contributor community.
So for you, Frank, it's contributions. And Franz, how about for yourself?
Yeah, I echo very much what I've heard here already. So it's all about, there's this common goal and this passion about to accomplish something. So there's a business pain out there, and as similar to Frank said, it's about the contributors who want to solve that. Mm-hmm. And if you build that on that momentum, and give transparency. I think that is very important in building a community. You need to be very transparent. You need to be, what is the goal? What do you want to accomplish? And then build, the people themselves will then contribute and will join that momentum. So that's what we are seeing.
Interesting.
Yeah, I agree. It's a community of users is just around sharing experience, whilst a proper open source community is about bringing the project together, moving it forward, bringing visibility to it, attracting new people, getting them interested into it. And it's also keeping the companies building on top of it and the leads of the project really honest, because there is no filter and you just get it straight. If you make one mistake, you hear about it. So, and it's a really interesting situation to be in, to have this kind of interaction of like, if I do that, what's going to happen? So yeah, it's really the passion and the engagement. We have the same experience of community meetups popping up, and we find out after they happen, it's like, whoa, okay, cool. It has a life on its own now.
So we've had passion, engagement, contribution. If that's the case, how do you actually foster and build a community? What do you actually do?
So when we started the project, and when you start from scratch, it's really tough because you have to get it right from the beginning. The first thing we've done is really engagement. So make sure that we had people always available to talk to the community, making sure we were transparent about what we were doing, being clear on the mission, and that there was not this wall between the core team who created the thing and the people contributing. The biggest risk is have this them versus us situation. So it's about openness, being welcoming, also making sure that the vibe is good, like making sure you clear out people who are bringing bad inputs and being nasty.
So it sounds like you need to create democracy and a good vibe.
Yeah.
Any comment from this side?
Yeah, very much agree. I think for us, fostering the community, there's two ends to it, right? There's the current community, which for us, it's all about, I think, continuing on what was said. It's making it open, making it fun, collaborative, making sure that we unblock anything that gets blocked. While also there's the other part about like, how do we bring in and grow the community, right? So that in some ways, like, how do we work together as a community to understand what others, outside would be interested in, to be able to kind of communicate that to them, and what do they need to have like an easier way into our group, and yeah, that's.
Yeah, transparency and openness is the key. If you're a volunteer, I mean, no one really wants to work or help like the big evil company. I mean, why should they? You really want to be, as a volunteer, you want to feel that you're part of it. And for that, you need to be able to be involved in all the discussions, that you have all the, bug reports and feature planning and the code, obviously, everything in the open, so that people can have a look and say, okay, well, there are people doing this and this, I can do the same, I can be part of it, I can help. There should be no, secret conference calls where the community is not invited and important decisions are made, something like that. That's, of course, a killer for the motivation of the community. So being really open and welcoming is the key. Nextcloud, for example, if you want to get a feature or some code change in, the process is exactly the same if the change is done by an employee than from a community person. It's just exactly the same. We have a certain process with some tests needs to run, there needs to be a peer review, it needs to be, security, usability need to be checked, but it's really the same if it's like a community person or an employee. Very often an employee proposes a code change and it is reviewed and approved by a community member. So it's really the same.
What got us started at the beginning was that there's also some structure. So we had community hours, making sure that they are well known, they are understood when they are happening, making sure as we are operating globally that everybody can participate. So we get different type of time slots. Everything was recorded, everything was documented. Going back again to, you need to give that transparency back, because you don't want to fall into that trap where there's a hidden agenda by someone, as Frank basically pointed out. And we had then even people who are really trying to moderate this, to document this, and making sure that we give that visibility, which is basically happening from the core team, also to the community which we are building.
Okay,
I
interesting.
want to add, like for us, that's like a core part, and we've seen that tension, right, where the community layer, anything that is supporting the community for the developers, right, like everything inside of it needs to be fully transparent. And no matter if you're a company, an individual, organizational providing services around the open source,
Yep.
like when it comes to that community layer, everything is kind of like kumbaya, right? We're all in it, working together on it.
Can I ask a question? Because I'm picking up, I get that it's kumbaya and it's inclusive, but there will be challenging behaviours. So I'm interested in when you're trying to create an open, inclusive community that's engaged, that's passionate, but you might have a individual or a group of individuals that are challenging. How do you manage that?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, you can minimize that if you just establish a very nice atmosphere, nice spirit, just nice people who communicate nicely. Then people who don't communicate nicely are usually not really, they go away. But it sometimes happens, it's true. You need a code of conduct where you can basically say, look, these are the rules, this is how we work together here, respectfully, and this is how we communicate. And there are some then cases, I mean, in the history of Nextcloud, I think it only happens once or twice, where we then really basically had to remove someone.
Yeah. Okay.
But this should really be the last step, basically. If the community is really like nicely and inclusive and just is with good people, then we can deal with bad communication, usually very good.
Okay, any other?
Yeah, you set the right basis, and then when something happens, you have to react quickly and basically show that you are here and making sure that the spirit stays what it is and not let it fly. Because if you don't try to address the problem quickly, then people will lose trust and it's just going to creep in.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll add that I think it's a very fine line between keeping the community very open, especially as like a foundation, while also empowering and kind of setting the structure and pushing away bad actors. So for us, I think we've had cases of this, but I think it's just about to the point of like react as quickly as possible. Like we don't have a code of conduct beyond don't be an asshole. Very broad. Probably we need to fine tune it a bit.
I think that's
we'll
pretty
sit
clear.
with some of the longer, the communities I've thought of it longer. But it is that fine line where we've had cases, and it's about like, okay, let's sit down, let's get back on the same page, and let's like shift away from conflict, keep it open, and
Yeah. Okay.
I think to some of the people in the audience who may be thinking about starting a company, dealing with bad actors in a community sounds like quite a lot of work. And obviously it's you've got to have a code of conduct. You've got to sort of like develop the community, you've got to create a culture, when actually you might just be thinking about just trying to sell your product and trying to get commercial success. What's the benefit of a community? I mean, obviously we're here in Entrepreneurship talking about creating an open source business, but for a potential founder, why should you even try and develop this community? What do you actually get out of it?
First of all, I think getting a code of conduct, that's the easiest part of running a company.
I'll take that.
Really,
We're going to sit down later.
I think there are a lot of bigger challenges than that, in my opinion. So I mean, if you want to start a company, then you have some challenges. You have no money, no product, no team, no customers, nothing, and no resources. And like being an open source company with an open source community can really help in some aspects. Like it starts from product development, where if you develop your product in the open, in my experience, it will be a lot better than if you just do it behind closed doors with like, I don't know, 2 product managers thinking about a great idea they had last night. And I think it's the best thing ever. But as an open source community and company, you really always have the reality check if really people like it or not, if they want to have it differently. Then, of course, it can have a huge benefit in marketing. For example, at Nextcloud, we only handle inbound leads. So basically, every customer we have comes to us. because they already know about it because of the community, because they use it like at home and their Raspberry Pi and they like it. Oh, that's a great product. And then later, if their company is looking for a solution, then they recommend a product they use at home. That's an awesome marketing tool for free, basically. Well, not completely for free, because we have to make sure that you have a community, but then the marketing effect can be really, really good. And there's lots more benefits. For example, Nextcloud is also used in environments where code auditing is very important. It's high security environments, and they have being in the open, basically have the code peer reviewed by millions of people. It's very important, and I can go on and on. I think we also have the hiring. I think there are lots of benefits to doing an open source company.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
So I think agreed, and beyond that, for us, I think maybe we might be in a unique position, but in general, I feel like the future is open source native in some way. I think that software is becoming complex every single day. It's an order end problem, and we've been kind of throwing an order one solution at it, especially from the closed source aspect, where another engineer, maybe another engineering manager. And now we're getting to the extent where it's stopping to work, right? So it's like, for us, Nix Packages has over 80,000 packages, fully supported by over 5,000 community members. Like, there's no company that can do that. And that can only be done by like a vibrant and supported community that wants to do this. So I think that's another one. Other than it's just freaking awesome. Like we have people who buy everyone beers consistently whenever we meet. So
yeah, basically, if you don't have the community, it's just like a closed company which happened to have put its software open source, and that's it. On the plus side, it's visible. You can audit it. Yay. But as Frank says, in terms of dynamic, for the tech validation, the keeping honest side of things, and yes, the marketing and visibility and the passion around it, same thing. Like, we did hire some sales guys in the end, but it took us 3 years, and all the biggest customers definitely are the ones who have been in the community. And basically, then you have the first call with the customer, and you can see one guy sitting on the back with a Matrix hoodie, and you know it's one, because this is the guy who doesn't necessarily have the cash and the budget, but that's the person that people trust in the company. So if this guy says that this is a good technical product, like they will trust him.
Same here. When we started, basically, the application delivery platform, yes, it was an idea of a couple of folks within the company, but then by the fact that we open sourced it, it really accelerated also our product development, and really we accelerated the path, the roadmap, basically, for us. As what everything is, of course, coming in, and also those requests which are coming from our customers, we are immediately feeding this back. So it's always going into the full open source version. And as Amandine said, we also had those champions within our customers. I think they are the ones, they're maybe not the ones with the big budgets, but they are the ones who are influencing. And we even had later customers who moved on to us now and being part of our company. So closing now the loop onto hiring, we actually got from our customers the champion, moved them over because they were fully bought into the story of open source, and also saw, okay, what we implemented for them, basically, it was fed back to them. And I think that was a huge level for us.
Interesting.
I'll add one note from yesterday's launch. So we got on the first page of Hacker News. Right, and there was a moment Tom and me and the team were like flushed out because we've been on 3 hours of collective sleep. And someone asked a really good question, right? Because we were pretty much going on Hacker News saying, Flux launched, Nix is awesome, you gotta use it. And then someone asked like a common question for Nix. It's like, Nix and containers, why the hell should I move off containers, or like, what's the difference? And Tom was writing like this really solid response, and we were all on Spatial kind of discussing it, and then someone was like, oh, someone responded. Is this someone from the team? Yeah. It's not. It's a community member. And it was a really good response.
The point when the community starts to self-manage itself is really nice. Another point is maybe a bit what you were saying, Franz. It's about them. Basically, in the end, it's a good way of getting your product tested and make sure that it's really strong and it works well.
I think some of the potential founders in the audience, I'm hearing great stuff about the community. And obviously with an open source project, you know, it helps you to incubate products, it helps you maybe to look at finding new hires. One of the things that I do hear from founders is worrying a little bit about the conflict of interest between a community user that might be only wanting to use the open source version of a product, but maybe isn't looking to pay for features. And so obviously knowing that a company is behind an open source project and is, you know, helping to almost further and grow that community, is there a point at which there's a conflict of interest between the community user and the company that's actually trying to monetize that community? And sort of what are the dynamics around that? That would be an interesting topic to explore if someone would like to.
Yeah, I have very strong opinions about that. So I think you implied in your question that there is an open source version and an enterprise version, and you need to pay for certain features. I think this is a mistake in the first place.
Yep.
Because then you have exactly this kind of conflict of interest. And you have people who are like, yeah, I want to have this feature, but it's only in the enterprise edition, which is not really open source. And then you start, people start to develop the features in the enterprise edition, also in the community edition. Then you have to reject contributors, basically. And yet this is a whole mess. And I think this is a big problem, and this is the wrong path in the first place. I think you should have like one version, which is open source. And you should make your money not by selling features or proprietary software licenses, but other services around it, like support, subscription, stuff like that. The Red Hat, the SUSE.
But that is an opinion.
That's my opinion.
Yeah,
sorry,
other people might disagree with you.
But I think that's fine. But that's like our position in the next slot.
That's and actually interesting. It's the way we have decided to approach it as well. But does anyone else have any other opinions or views on that?
Not really, because that's our business model as well. So we have an open source solution out there. We are not developing special features for enterprises. Basically, everything goes back into the open source version, and we build services around that. So yes, it's based on a subscription. It's depending on how many clusters we need to manage. But in the end, it's no matter if this is if someone runs the open source version, it's the same one we are using for a customer who's actually asking us that we manage it on behalf for him.
And when you say services, that is literally like hourly rates, or is that services as in software as a service or proprietary features?
It's a platform as a service, and we are not doing hourly rates in that regards. It's really about, it's a recurring revenue based on the size of the clusters we need to manage on behalf of the customer. And on top, we provide, it's included support, the entire maintenance, the entire monitoring.
So that there is no proprietary feature that someone's paying for. Okay. No. And where do you see yourself going?
Yeah, we're super early, so I have a lot to learn from the folks here on the panel. I think.
But you've got to be doing something with that $27 million.
You got to be doing something. For us, I think it's very obvious. Like, right, Nix is Nix. Phlox, we just launched fully open source, the entire CLI and all the features of it. So it's like I feel like we're leaning towards just like having all of that in the open. And I think kind of in the future, right, we're going to be working with these enterprises to understand better, right, what kind of services do you need that we can sell, and you know, the things that the community want are in open source in Phlox or open source in Nix, and we of course also have like the whole aspect of Nix packages and security of Nix packages, which is like 100% upstream from whatever we need to into it. So.
Yeah, for us it's a very very topical topic, and I guess it comes along the revenue generation panel this afternoon as well. Yeah. But it's where to start. So the way we look at it, so first thing, if you look at your community saying, how can I make money from it, then you're probably going to shoot yourself in the foot. Yep. Your community is here to build a product, to make it progress, and then you have your customers. Your community may sprout some customers, but they're not necessarily your customers. For us, they're not necessarily our customers. So, and I really truly believe that if you talk to people in your community with an angle of a salesperson saying, how can am I going to extract money from these guys? You're really not going to go much further. In terms of service versus proprietary software, so building communication systems, we really went with the fact that the open source version should be able to grow the network. So it should be providing enough features that it's usable without any proprietary software. Then there are cases where you need extra security, you need specific features because you're a government or you're an enterprise. And this is where we took the position as Element to say, okay, if you really need this very secure border gateway to connect your private network to your external, to the public network, surely you're someone who have the money and you can pay for it. But anyone out there can run whatever they want to the level of size they want without needing this these proprietary things. So we're doing a bit of a balance. We started pure SaaS. Turns out that when you have sovereign communication, people want to run it on-premise, which makes sense. So so yeah, it's we do a mix of both.
Interesting. So it does sound like there is a sort of balance that you have to play, and you could run the risk of sort of falling out with your community if you push it too
Yeah,
too
the
far.
other thing is if you are looking at doing some proprietary features which are really useful, well, the community will just go and build them. So that's why basically determining what is proprietary and what is open source is an interesting discussion, and it happens constantly within our company.
Yeah.
But basically, if it's really useful, is it worth doing it proprietary? They will just do it.
Yeah.
So
That's exactly, by the way, like the general assumption that we have. If it's something the community needs or wants and we have it, that's for the community, that's open completely, and there's no question about it. Like the last thing is, the community, like we said earlier, we're part of it. And
I think there is a little bit of a difference between maybe being bootstrapped and taking a longer term view rather than taking VC and sort of building a product from scratch. I mean, I'm also a bootstrapped company. I felt like a huge sense of responsibility for the community that almost made our business successful. So we almost built our business around the needs of the community over the years. Whereas I've been in other companies where they were heavily VC backed, and they were just there to do all the contributions themselves, build a product around it, and effectively the open source was just a distribution model. So a community that kind of built themselves around that was more of just a way for them to maybe just find customers. So maybe there's a slightly difference in the way that companies are set up and how they're backed that might lead to slightly different outcomes around what happens with the community that supports them.
yeah,
So for us, like it's kind of different because Nix is a community that's been around for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
So it's like for us, we're kind of coming in and trying on the Nix side to empower and grow it. And then, of course, on the Flock side, we're trying to bring more people in. Like the general philosophy, I think, right now is we are maybe 100,000 engineers sitting on the world's largest package manager. And our key goal is how do we grow this, right? So it's like, we spend days of the week just on Nix itself and helping it. And what was nice, I think, is maybe kind of like, I was lucky, but I think our backers, at least I was very factual about what we're planning to do, right? And very transparent.
Well.
So
yeah, that's good.
Can I ask a question about the diversity of the community? What are the demographics like? I mean, I don't know if you hold data on that or not, or because I'm interested in different perspectives, different points of view, because that's what you would want to start up, grow and develop your business.
Getting data from the community is tough enough to get it from your own company employees. The community is difficult. We can say on our side it's pretty diverse physically, like people are from many different places. I don't know how you would qualify it. Basically, it's I don't know. It's hard to describe.
We started running like a Nix community survey once a year. And I was surprised by the amount of responses. We ended up getting like 2,000 responses for the last one. Nix is very Europe-centric at the moment. I think like a good portion of it is there, then US, and then we have like everyone else around the world. Our Matrix is being used as a main communication channel. So the main Matrix channel has like over 5,000 or even, I don't know, larger than that. And the second one is actually the Chinese Nix Matrix channel. In terms of demographic, I think, there's a lot of people from our end that are kind of between, various age groups that you can see kind of specific trend around that. And also in terms of what people identify as in terms of like what they do or, right? So it's like a lot of people identify as like Linux enthusiasts.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, we published that. We did an interesting report kind of showing the Linux community.
I think that would be interesting. Can I ask what the motivation for doing the survey was?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've been thinking about at the board level, right, is what is our position in the community? And part of that position is really just being the stewards of the community, empowering, supporting, and unblocking. And I think it was important for us to kind of, for all of those building inside the community, because there are dozens, if not hundreds of like insane projects from particle accelerators to developer environments. It was important for us as like the foundation to give back to the community information about like, who is this community? What do they care about? What's painful to our community members? What's not? So more members will feel empowered to kind of build things that people care about.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah.
I think diversity is so important, one of the most important challenges for open source IT overall. I think a diverse community and a diverse company is producing better results. Especially if you really want to have the whole world as customers, then you better have also the whole world as contributors and team members. That's super, super crazy important. For Nextcloud, because the company is growing out of the community, we are quite distributed. So we have employees in 15 countries, really from all continents, basically. And I think this is very important. Obviously, there's still a lot to do. So there's still, the majority are still old white men, as I am. We have a dedicated diversity program where we bring people together. We have internships, for example, for people, and we fly them into our events, and it's really important. But yeah, there's a lot to do still.
Yeah, I mean that's the impression I've got, and we have described the community as inclusive, and I've no doubt that they are welcoming, inclusive communities, but I agree with some of the challenges that you're mentioning there. Sorry, Franz, did you want to?
I totally agree what has been said. So I think as an organization who is in the open source community, you need to also represent this as a company. And we have initiative circles, how we call them, where we basically invite everyone actually to contribute. And we are a fully remote company, so we don't have any offices. So basically, you need to have this very open and transparent communication and let everybody actually participate. Yeah. We have also consent decision processes, so we have very flat hierarchies, so everybody can actually bring in topics, we discuss them, and basically we say, okay, they are good enough to go, or otherwise, okay, we don't need to agree, all of us, we just say, okay, is it good to try, and then we actually do it. Yeah. And
so
this is what you need to represent also to your community, because then you also get the diversity in there.
Yeah.
I do want to add two things. So from the survey, one of the things that was very big was that because our contributors' size was so huge, a lot of people actually said, I don't have the confidence to contribute.
Yeah,
like I want to, but what happens if like my contribution is not good? Do I get marked? And we're trying to really look into that. The other thing is like, how do we open up the community to be, I don't know how correct this is to say it, but to empower the diverse folks from like women contributors and female contributors, because that is something that is very, very lacking. Like if you look at that survey and see like where we're established across, and something that we need to dig into, I think, as general in open source and how.
I completely agree. I mean, it was great to have Amandine with me up here today, because if not, I would have been the only woman on this stage for quite some time. And, we do need to call that out and ask the community to help us address that, because as has been, a theme of this conference has been, the more diverse we are, then the better everything is going to be.
Right, and my worry is that there's like some mix of things that is happening in open source, like maybe in the past was in IT, but now open source is kind of on the edge of it, that we need to really figure out to actually make it diverse, but beyond the current ratio that we have today. And
I think your survey would be great, great to have that to feedback. shall we go to some questions? Okay, so could you just say who you are? That's something that we didn't actually ask people to do, and I think it's nice to know if you can just say your name and where you're from.
My name is Rick Viergever. Is it working? Yeah.
It is now, it is now.
Sorry, my name is Rick Viergever. I'm from Rena. And my question is triggered by the surveys. I'm wondering if maybe some of you can just very briefly state like the top 3 ways in which you try to get information from your community of users rather than contributors about what they want from your product so that you can make your product as user focused as you can possibly make it.
I'm happy to start off. So I think one is just work in the open. I love our community. They are extremely opinionated. Well, they'll find us. Like if we work in the open, they'll find us and they'll do it. But we post, like we use Discourse as a main channel. So it's like everything we post on there, every library, right, based on what we feel are the needs of the community, we open source and then give like a talk about it and share as much information in docs so people can consume and be like, is this good, is this bad? Like we just released a Rust to Nix library that allows anyone to build on top of Nix with Rust, right? Why not? We use it for our CLI, why not do that for other places as well? 2, it's I think, it's just like asking people if they're willing to jump on a call with us and kind of what I call like a blind interview, where we're like, if you don't mind sharing your screen and just starting off, with Phlox from zero and just speaking out loud, right? Use profanities, share your feelings, tell us like how fucking stupid our documentation is for like leading you down this path, because that's what we really kind of get value from, at least from our end.
Yeah, on our side, we also obviously rely a lot on our matrix rooms for each project, GitHub issues, a ton of GitHub issues. And some of our product team within Elements are actually running some user testing and user feedback sessions as well.
I think the important thing is that you provide different channels because people have different preferences. I mean, in our case, we have a super active forum, GitHub issues, chat rooms, meetups. People have different preferences, and you should have lots of different channels.
One thing that we did actually, we donated the code to the CNCF, and in the process of doing that, we have a number of special interest groups and sort of various different organized groups through that we lead, and that's a very good way of connecting with not just the people that we know via the company community of Cert Manager, but also like into the CNCF, and that's really helped us to connect with people who represent the CNCF, but have a greater awareness of how our project is used in their community of users. So that's been quite a helpful thing for us, as well as all the other various different channels. We have a really active Slack channel. I think we've got like 4,000 or 5,000 people on it. We've obviously there's GitHub, and then we actually have a product marketing team that spend a lot, because we don't track our software obviously, but who spend a lot of time analyzing GitHub users and stars and sort of contributions just to see who they are and what the makeup of that is. And we've also done a survey. We've not quite got 2,000 people responding, but we've got a good few hundred, and some people were willing to give their details, and that's given us a chance to follow up and then have those like one-on-one conversations.
Okay, great, thank you. I think I can see another question here, another question here, and another question here. Okay.
I have a question for Frank. So
can you say who you are, please?
Hi, I'm Mike Schwartz. I'm the founder of Glue. I'm the host of the Open Source Underdogs podcast. Frank's been a guest on the podcast quite a while back, and we met in Stuttgart. But I have a question about Nextcloud. Has a really active, enthusiastic community. How do you manage the product roadmap, and how do you balance sort of like what gets into the product, and what are sort of your development priorities in the product?
Great podcast, by the way. Everybody should subscribe to it. There's a lot of knowledge about open source in there. It's really good. Product roadmap. We actually had a discussion with our community lately about that. So Nextcloud is really developed by the community. Sure, we have 60 engineers that we pay from the company side to write software. And this is something where we have a process, where we talk to our customers, just classic product management, look at what the competition is doing and so on, and we come up with some features that we should do from a company perspective. But there are tons of features which are developed by the community, and there is no roadmap for that. People just show up and do things, and there's no plan behind it. Actually, I think there cannot be a plan, should be no plan. I mean, you cannot tell the community what to do. That's not fun. I mean, as a community member, you don't want to have a boss who tells you what to do. It's all volunteers. So this is just happens, I don't know, organically, magically. I don't know, in the last release, for example, we have a nice feature which shows like an org chart of your organization based on the LDAP attributes in there. It's just popped out of nothing, and it's a nice feature, and now it's there. And there was definitely no planning for that, and no roadmap, and nothing. It just popped up from a community side. From a company side, we work in a very classic way, where we check what does the customers expect, and we have some, I don't know, surveys with in our customer base. But that's only the roadmap of the company, not of the project.
So just to go a little further, I mean, if the community develops something, then do you have to support it? Like maybe it's this org chart feature, you didn't develop it, you didn't think of it, but then if customers want it, do you end up supporting it? And do you ever sometimes have any friction about, well, maybe this wasn't such a good idea?
Yeah, that's a challenge we have sometimes, that our internal engineers say, yeah, okay, great feature, but now I have to support it. Thanks a lot for that. There are different ways to deal with it. I mean, it depends what it is. Sometimes we just fully adopt it and say, okay, that's great, we just put in resources to support it forever. If we have doubts, if this is a feature that is really that useful in the future, we can always like outsource it into an app that is like a plugin, basically. And then the plugin can be updated, but if the plugin is discontinued at some point, it's not so bad, right? It's not in the core. So this is an option. Sometimes we also work together with the community. The community doesn't have to be individuals, by the way. Community can also be companies who are contributing something. And it's possible to do a deal with them. They will say, okay, you contribute this feature. Do you want to support it? In this case, we can give you some of our customers who want to have support for the feature, and they have their own little business now with supporting this feature in the Nextcloud core. So different ideas how to handle that.
Frank, do you have any of your community that actually create proprietary features on top of Nextcloud, or does it tend to be open source?
Yes, this is actually something that has started to happen like lately. There are service providers who run Nextcloud for their customers, and they're developing a proprietary feature on top of it to basically be so that they're able to charge more money or differentiate to something else. This is actually something that we are still, I don't know, I'm not really sure yet what to think about that. Mm-hmm. On one hand, it creates exactly this open core model that, as I said earlier, I'm not a fan of it. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, then there are suddenly companies in the ecosystem around Nextcloud who can build up their own little business by developing their own little proprietary plugin. That's a good thing. I mean, this is ecosystem, that's good. So I don't really know yet. What are the other opinions about it? In metrics, does something like that happen too?
We haven't had proprietary features developed on top of it, I think. But in terms of managing roadmap, the hardest ones are contribution to the app element itself. Because for a user-facing app, you're trying to you put a lot of effort to make sure that the experience is good, and there are studies, and the product people are actually trying to figure out the flows, etc. And then suddenly you have contributions from the community which come in the middle, like, that's not really aligned with what I was trying to do. What am I going to do with that? And that's really tricky to manage, on top of, yes, the maintenance behind it. But yeah, for the rest, it's, we have our roadmap, and then the community may add stuff on top of it.
Any other comments? Okay, we'll go to the next question, please. Thank you.
Cool. So I think it's.
Can you remind us who you are, please?
I'm Matt. I'm trying to set something up at the moment. So there's clearly some blurred lines between the community and the company, although I guess legally there's quite a clear line. It's all a value exchange in one way or another. And I'm just wondering, it's a mutually beneficial relationship. I think someone spoke about how monetizing the community focuses resources, time and attention on the community, which benefits the community. I'm wondering whether the companies do anything specific other than kind of engaging with the communities to give back. I don't know what that could be. It could be running events. It could be like this one, I suppose, or anything else, or just, even money.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a green field, really. I think it's really depends on the company culture and who comprises of the company, right? So it's like for our end, we're either community members or community members pretty much inside the company. We hired from the community, and I'll be very transparent. At times, it might be that we're biased like extremely towards just Nix, and like we don't have external opinions of anything outside of Nix, but this is the company that we're building. So I think for us, it's like, right, I sit on the board last week. I spent about 5 hours going through the last 4 years of fiscal, financial, like Nix Foundation budget, and trying to build like a transparent roadmap that shows like a P&L for the community so that we can create a funding form for a grant program that we're trying to spin up, right? Is that like in some way contributing to Flux or something like directly to like a Flux? Hell no, right? But that's again the base ideology that we have, that we're trying to do our best to grow Nix and make Nix stronger, because our belief is that it doesn't matter what company you are or what you're trying to build on top of it. If folks can't get behind the open source, companies and individuals alike, it doesn't matter. So it's like for us, the open source comes first, and like Ryan and I like ran NixCon, and we spent like 3 months going like crazy, right? So and then we ended up with an amazing event, 200 people talked just about Nix, and it was beautiful, right? So it's like, I mean, that's kind of, I don't think there's limitations. It's just like, what are you passionate about? What do you think is going to be the most impactful to the community, and do that.
Any other views?
I think it's important to have that they understand what the deal is between the community and the company. And I think it should be, in our case, it is like their software that's freely available, that's open source. The company contributes, the community contributes, and then everybody's happy because the product gets better. I think this is sort of the deal that most open source contributors can relate to. You have to be careful with bringing in other factors into this deal, for example, money. I mean, for example, we have travel support. If someone wants to come to our events, we sometimes help them with travel and hotels and stuff. But beyond that, you have to be quite careful. For example, we had one case like 10 years ago where someone was really super actively contributing a lot to the product, and for no money, just because they want to have a better product themselves. And then we decided, hey, that's such an awesome person, maybe we should send them just a t-shirt as thank you. And then the person emailed back from the domain blah 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 at guy paid developer paid by a t-shirt.com.
Oh.
So actually giving them a present, giving them something back, basically turned the whole equation around and said like, okay, great, now I'm doing all this work and I only got a t-shirt, come on, that's a joke.
Do you have that tagline on the t-shirt? Maybe that's actually
so
good.
you have to be a bit careful with like paying community or giving them stuff.
For us, the grant program is also, to Frank's point, very about that. It's just like, you want to meet up, you want some money to travel, to come to an event and support it. So it's like that's what the grant. You want to like hack together. You want to do a sprint. We'll give you some food. Like we'll help you subsidize these efforts so it's better and more available to anyone, right, across the world.
I just talking from my experience, I'd say that the vast majority of the times, I mean, because the open source community is so welcoming, friendly, nice, it's actually been the community thanking me for sort of creating the project, because it saved them so much time, so much energy. It's saved them so much just hassle across the organization. But I think it is important to remember that you're only successful in a lot of ways because of that community. And this is at a time when we were bootstrapped. I had no money, so it doesn't have to maybe be monetarily or even big gestures or conferences or anything like that. What we did is we just found our top contributors and sent them a letter with an official contributor seal, signed by cert manager saying thank you for your contribution, and that went down so well, and it cost us virtually nothing, but it just showed that we really did appreciate and thank our community for sort of contributing to the project and making what it was. So that was just a little sort of memory that you just triggered by asking that question.
Awesome. Franz, you said you got to be careful with how you set it out. Is there a documented, not necessarily like a contract or anything, but is there anything that you've made that makes it clear kind of the stance, or is it just done as this kind of more natural thing? Because you mentioned, having it clear what is what the company does.
I don't think we have any, I'm not aware of any documentation. But it's basically, as just said, people should get the credits. You should be thankful. Maybe on your website, on GitHub, I give them respect, credits, not necessarily money in my perspective. Because
so yesterday, there was a security issue. I don't know if anyone was following that. Martin from the community was faster to update Nix packages than the security community was able to get something out. Mm-hmm. So that was an obvious holy shit, Martin, look at this, it's a community member just doing something awesome and just calling that out because there's just amazing people, right? It's like damn.
I think those non-monetization, I think that's key. People aim to improve things, and for them it's basically enough if they get recognized. So be the community member of the month or be the community member of the year. Those things really mean something to someone because you honor them in your community, and that works definitely better and motivates them.
Okay. Yeah, we tend to recognize as well, when there is specific contributions or things like this. For example, when we do our Matrix Live or This Week in Matrix, etc., we make sure we call out the people namely so that they feel the recognition as well.
Okay, thank you. I think we had another question here.
There it is.
Oh, there. Okay, sorry. I thought we did. I thought we had one there too.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go to this gentleman first. You go.
Okay, thank you. Gaël Duval, I'm the CEO of Marina. Have you ever considered using crypto tokens to structure your communities, like giving some rewards or giving some powers to the best contributors or something like this?
So this is actually, I have very strong opinion on this, but I'm actually really interested, especially Frank, as I'm learning a lot from the left here. It's in my perspective is that once you start some sort of mechanism that either financially or whatever it is, rewards, contributions, you're starting to create a mix of incentive. Right, so where we started about why a community, right? It's passionate people because this is something that I love and I need and I'm just doing it. Now that you're mixing in something extra, right, it gives opportunity for that clash of incentives. If I can give an example, it's if I'm getting something for my contributions, companies or people that are more privileged can come in and do more of that rather than keeping the community diverse and open. So that's for me, that's big. Try to refrain from that as much as possible.
Completely agreed.
So I got something.
The same for us. So we've seen bug bounties which have been set up by customers, for example, like the French government-sponsored bug bounty on Matrix. And we also had bug bounties made with tokens. So status.im, they invested in Element for seed, and then they set up a bug bounty. And then suddenly it was the crypto bubble. And then you had a $200 bounty for a simple fix, which became $50,000. And it was such a mess. So we try to stay away of these sort of things.
Nothing to add here.
Yeah,
So
I've never considered it. And I think for the reasons said, I probably wouldn't. Yeah.
Okay, I think you've got your answer.
I mean, I'm kind of interested where the question comes from, though. Are you someone who's experimented with this, or have you done it yourself?
We have considered this, but we haven't done this because when we asked to our community, there was a strong rejection for it.
Yeah.
I think, by the way, like one of the way I view it is that this is what's nice about having, like, also companies that are, you know, have capital either by bootstrapping or by backing. It's like, if there's a job opening, right, for the folks on Flux, it's like if you want to work on Nix and be compensated for it, it's like you can apply and join us. Yeah. But in the community, it has to stay very pure.
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Right?
Yeah.
It has to, and there's other companies, obviously not just Flux. There's like a bunch of companies now. It's just going to be more companies, and there's companies like that are incorporating Nix into their flow. But like for us, the community is needs to stay open and inclusive.
Okay, thank you. I think we do have another question here. Thank you.
Test.
It's it, yeah.
Tom, I build things and break things over at Flux.
Example of a 10-year community member.
Would you take crypto for contributions?
Oh my! This is.
I agree with the whole weird incentives. But interestingly, though, we mentioned community quite often. But what actually is it? How do you define it? Because when you start trying to figure out like how a community makes decisions, you know, governance and teams and structures, now the question is, well, what is it? Is it just by anyone who happens to have ever been a contributor? Does everyone have an equal voice, right? These are problems that you really quickly run into of how do you define what this thing is? And so how do you address that? Because you end up with these really odd situations if you try to say, hey, everyone has a voice. Does everyone have an equal voice? Now what do you do? Things can very quickly either become unfair or dictatorial. What happens now?
On our side, so when we started, the whole idea of Matrix has been building on our experience and what we had seen on other communication projects and protocols out there. And we had seen failure modes like, for example, XMPP, where you had a company leading it, it got acquired by Cisco, Cisco did nothing with it, and the community took over the project. And in our view, our perception, especially from using it, was that it meant that there was no lead, no head, and it was a bit going all over the place. So when we started Matrix, we thought that, at least at the beginning, we really had to be a kind of benevolent leader. Like, we had to make sure we were pushing and making the decisions because we needed to build strong foundations. So, so at that point, I would say the community was providing feedback and this sort of things, and the spec for Matrix has always been open. But it was only 4 years in that we actually set up the proper foundation with the proper governance, saying that anyone can submit a change to the spec, but then it will have to be reviewed by the spec core team, who will then validate. But you have a proper time where the entire community can feed back on it to refine the change and make sure it maps the kind of mission of Matrix. So this has been put in place. But yeah, it was like 4 years in. And now what we're doing is at the foundation level, we're putting in place memberships, which will, and we will also build a board, a governing board, where you will have a mix of community members who are donating to the foundation, as well as companies who are building on top of Matrix and are donating to the foundation, and basically trying to provide a voice from everyone, including the guardians, including the spec core team, so that it drives the foundation into one direction and have something a bit more separate from Element, who so far has still been the main contributors and the main leader on the project, even if we listen to the community and we have inputs from them.
Yeah, I think at JetStack we learned a lot actually about some of the failures of earlier communities that went before us. The ones that I looked to was OpenStack. I'm sure at Morantis you might have an opinion on that, but it became very fragmented. It was very much driven by commercial interests, and it became a little bit of a mess. Although the technology itself was great, and it had a lot of traction in enterprise clients. So what we did was I'm very thankful for a number of members of our team. James Munley is one of them, who actually helped us to create Cert Manager off the back of an earlier project, which was automating Let's Encrypt, who was effectively mirroring all of the best practice from the CNCF and Linux Foundation before I'd even thought about it. So actually our project was set up with all of the code of conducts and the approaches in mind. And we technically owned the project up until the end of 2020, and we decided to then donate it to the CNCF to try and help us to make sure that it was governed in the right way. Clearly, that some people might say the CNCF is not the perfect way of doing it, but for us that was the way that we thought would at least reach a baseline on us being able to sort of properly govern and manage it. But there are probably other. I mean, it's changing, and the whole concept of what a good community is kind of evolving and changing all the time. So I think people just need to be open-minded as to where it's going, and maybe just try and look at new ways of making it better.
For us at Nix, I'll say just shortly, it's like we have the board. We really define, as I said earlier, that we're only here to be like the stewards, the unblockers. And then, for instance, we started like trying to empower more teams to be diverse, remove the bus factors, kind of encourage more people to be part of those decision-making teams. So it's like the Nix team, the infra team, like, and giving them a charter and helping them establish it, and also just helping them make it transparent so other community members know what they're about. So if there's a relevancy, they can join, right? Because sometimes, again, it's like that contribution issue. It's like I don't have the confidence. Like this infra team, it's people who've been here for 10 years.
Yeah.
I'm only here for a year. How can we help them join that? So that's like quickly what we've been doing. But again, lots to learn.
I think I agree with everything that's said already. Two more aspects to it. I'm a big fan of, I think, what Linus Torvalds once said about who codes decides. So I think if you want to change something in Nextcloud, then if you create a pull request, then that's the right way to change something, basically to contribute. We don't have a forum where we have like votings where people then tell other people what to do. I think this doesn't really work in a community. You really have to contribute to change something. And the other aspect I want to mention is, I don't think we want to start a discussion about software licenses here now. We're crushing this panel here, but picking the right software license is important, because I think this might be one of the mistakes with OpenStack, that it just enabled too many commercial forks around it, and this didn't really hold the whole thing together. And having something like the GPL or the HGPL or licenses like that, they help to keep the whole contributions open. That's another aspect.
I fully agree. So I think building the community, it's all about the contribution. This is how we see it as well. Who contributes, the ones who contribute really define the roadmap of the project and what gets implemented. You need to make sure as running or being part of it that you have a very low entry barrier. I think this is also very important where we come back, okay, do I really feel safe enough actually to contribute? And there are different levels that we have heard before. It's not only the coder, but you can contribute in setting up a meetup or going somewhere and spreading actually the good news about the projects and what we are trying to enable. So there are different ways, and you need to facilitate this in a very, very easy way.
Okay, thank you. I think we had another question here. Oh, sorry, there and there. Okay.
Thank you. So we've been talking a lot about, or actually you've been talking a lot about the positive aspects of community. My question is, are there also negative aspects that you've noticed over the years? And perhaps particularly, I'm curious, do any of you have any haters? And if so, how do you deal with them? Are there any specific approaches that you take to handle that?
Happy to start as well. Yes. I mean, it's you're right. It's the pros and the cons. It's like it's a lot of people. It's a lot of amazing people. It's usually also a lot of really smart people, and that comes with opinions. That comes with prior kind of like feelings or beliefs around like how things should be and what is right and what is wrong, and that obviously creates conflict. I think like if I was building a proprietary company. Right, and I was just closed source completely. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't have spent like 5 hours on Nix budgeting last week, or we wouldn't have spent like 2 months running NixCon or something like and doing those things. But And yeah, I mean, factually, you're putting resources and efforts where a closed company is putting those resources and time and efforts directly into monetization. And here it's not into monetization. So like I can also share like from the investor perspective, right? Like if you also bring in, unlike the bootstrap, but if you bring in the wrong investors, they're going to put a lot of pressure on the company to not be true open source. So I'm lucky to have like investors that believe in my crazy philosophy, but that's one, right? So there's a huge resource allocation that you're putting in something that is not necessarily quantifiable into a direct monetization metric. It's not like 10 hours I put in here, I get $1. No. The other question around like haters or conflicts, like, and in general about the community, yeah, there's a lot of drama, right? A lot of people really, again, as the board or as like the people that are trying to like keep things alive and healthy, a lot of times really your job is like to connect between people and then be a firefighter, right? Just like shut it down and make everyone happy. So we've just had like a few issues like that where as a company, right, I switched hats and I moved to my Knicks hat and I was sitting for hours just like facilitating between parties inside of Knicks to just like make everyone happy and make the project continue because that's what we're going for. But it's a very obvious differentiation between open source company and non-open source company, at least from my perspective.
I'm trying to think of negatives and I'm finding it hard. I genuinely believe that the community is, I mean, my company is a reflection of the success and passion and commitment of the community. Other than a couple of problem actors that we talked about earlier on, that maybe have caused a couple of issues that we've had to deal with, and hopefully we've dealt with them by relying on a code of conduct that we had very early on in the project. That really helped. But we have had haters, and we've had people who thought that we were doing things in the wrong way. But the beauty of the project is that you can go and fork it or create a different version or try and do it a different way. And we saw that many times over the years that we were building out the project. And some of them failed, some of them were successful to some extent, but you know, we continued, we did what we did, and really it's up to them as to whether they want to be involved and engage, and if they don't, then they have the choice to not use it or not be involved. So I'd say I find it hard. I'm a massive believer and genuinely you know, feel like it's a big part of, you know, a company, and I feel like I would definitely encourage everyone who is starting an open source company to develop your community as strongly as you can.
Yeah, basically, I think it's definitely additional things to deal with, additional things to think about, and more complications. But compared to the benefits of it and the human adventure, I mean, you're just part of something bigger. It's not just, oh, I've built my own small company. I may have flipped it for $1 billion, but like you just built a company, and like here, it's just like big wave. So yeah, I think it's. And the haters, yes, of course, we had like death threats, these sort of things. It's always it's fine.
80% of them are fake.
Yeah. Is your security in the room somewhere? Your personal protection?
But I think I think it's a good opportunity to talk about the fork side. I don't know if you were going to bring it up, but I think it's an interesting topic to discuss.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on time, really, and what we do. And if, Franz, you have any...
There's only one last thing on the haters. So usually, if you build an awesome community, usually the community shuts down the haters very quickly. So you don't have to step in. Yes, you need to step in when it's really getting, when it's escalating, then you need to be to the point. But usually it's very self-regulated.
Exactly. It's like when you've built an unhealthy community, which I have seen earlier days in the Linux community sometimes, they were somewhat unhealthy, then you can see real drama. Whereas it almost acts like an immune system in my head where they're kind of, they're weeding out those bad actors by themselves.
So before we go to the discussion about forking, I think we will take this last question here and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, sorry, if I may, I just wanted to make a quick comment about tokenization. You know, there's 4 million open source packages just in like the JavaScript, Java, Ruby, Python repositories, not including all the Linux packages. And there's only a couple of you founders up there. So I think what I would say is that the existential problem of open source is funding. And so what I think we need to think about is, does tokenization offer any new possibilities for funding. And because this is such an existential threat, I think we actually need to look at that and research it. And actually, Glue has put in for an NSF grant to research this area. The problem is there's so much crypto Web3 bullshit, it's hard to get the signal to noise. But I think that because this is such an existential challenge, it's worth, even if it's a long shot, it's worth looking at that long shot and see if there are some tools in there that might enable new types of ecosystems and new ways to reduce exploitation of open source developers. And it's one of the reasons we've been focusing on the podcast on trying to interview Web3, people who are using Web3 and open source together. So
that's one of my learnings, is I'm going to research that topic, and just because off the back of the question, I've honestly never thought about it. So I feel like it's something that I want to look at and know more about myself. I think just from my personal experience, a lot of the open source contributors and developers just kind of write off Web 3.0. Well, some of them invested and done very well off Bitcoin and so on, but that sort of whole movement of Web 3.0. But yeah, I think we should be open-minded at least and sort of explore the opportunities.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time left, but let's go to your point about
I want to hear from Frank on the forking, because I think you have a good experience on that, so I think he can probably have interesting insight. I have a view, but it's...
There are so many aspects to it. I mean, one thing that was mentioned earlier is that the opportunity to fork it keeps you honest, because, I don't know, we are, for example, as Nextcloud company, we are running the project in a way that we own the trademark and we have the download server with the releases, so we sort of decide what's in the release de facto. Of course, the development, as I said earlier, is like completely open. Everybody can contribute any feature they want without the approval of the company, but there are some things that the company controls, like name and the official release and stuff like that. Which is then, of course, the question, do we have the right to do that? I mean, and what if we are doing a bad job? Do we ruining the whole project by doing the wrong decisions in these areas? And then there's option with forking is an interesting one, because everybody who thinks they can do a better job can just fork it and run it in parallel. And if their version of it is more successful than our version, well, then it will be successful, and Nextcloud version will go down. So I think this is an interesting dynamic that also helps to create better products than proprietary ones.
Yeah.
I think it raises the bar. I see it a bit as a natural selection process, basically, and if people are unhappy, they try, it works or it doesn't work. Sometimes it's just a question of ego, and it may spin up anyway, but, well, if it's just an ego thing, then it's probably not going to go very far.
All right, guys, I think that's us reached our allotted time. Really interesting discussion, and I think we've explored community from lots of different perspectives. Can I ask you to join me in thanking our panel? And thank all of you for being so engaged as well. I believe that a light lunch will shortly be served. It might be out there just now, so please go and nourish and replenish yourselves. And if you're coming back into this room, you'll see Matt and I again.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, guys.
Really
That
good.
was super.
Thanks.
Thank you.
so probably the next few minutes, I guess, or once you finish your sandwich. And then we'll have 45 minutes of just, so Eleanor will introduce us, me to begin with, because I'm kind of co-host. And then we'll go and if you could just introduce yourself off the back of Eleanor.
It's fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our entrepreneurship track. We're now moving on to talk about revenue generation, because as much as the community is fabulous, everyone does need some income generation to be able to survive and to reinvest in their proposition as well. So really important topic, particularly in this entrepreneurship room. I'm Eleanor Shaw, Professor of Entrepreneurship at Strathclyde Business School. We're a technical university. We're the UK's first technical university, and we do lots and lots with early stage ventures, including tech ventures, but not just tech ventures. And I think we've probably supported now about 600 at all different stages, from startup all the way through to securing funding, whether that is through venture capital or bootstrapping, and going on to scale, including internationally, which is really important for Open, I think. So what I'll do is I'll introduce you to the panel in a moment. We'll have about half an hour of discussion, invite you to ask us questions. Of course, if while we're discussing you've got a question that you'd like to ask, just put your hand up, and somebody, I wonder where our love, yes. So we've got Beth up the back there, who will be exhausted by the end of today because she's been running around the room with microphones. If you do want to ask a question, if I could please ask you just to introduce yourself, your name, and if you're with a company or not, that would be great. My co-pilot with me on the panel is Matt, so I'll go first of all to Matt to ask Matt to introduce himself.
Hi everybody, welcome. Thanks very much for coming. My name is Matt Barker. I am co-founder and now president of JetStack. So I've spent my entire career in open source software companies. I was a very early employee of Canonical, where I met Amanda, who was, I was a sales guy, a young graduate sales guy, hassling Amanda to get all my contracts in so I could get my commission paid. And I just got really close to the engineers, really fascinated by the technology, really interested when someone at Canonical was working on some technology which was called LXC, which became Docker. So I joined MongoDB, early employee in sales at MongoDB, and then when Kubernetes was open source, created a service company around Kubernetes called JetStack, which did services to bootstrap, hopefully, some open source projects that we could ultimately productize. And we had a really successful open source project called Cert Manager, which became a key part of the security of Kubernetes. We were acquired a few years ago, so I've been through a lot of the sort of pains of the topics that we're discussing, and I'm really looking forward to exploring this with some really esteemed panel guests. So that's me. Obviously, I'm entrepreneur in residence at Open UK, really passionate about helping people start businesses in and around open source. It's brought me so many benefits. I've had such a great time doing it. And yeah, I'm here to mentor, help, and we do a lot of education sessions. And so that's what I'm here to do.
Thank you very much, Matt. And if we just work our way along, Peter, hi, how are you?
Sure. Well, my name is Peter Zaitsev. I'm founder and, until rather recently, CEO of Percona. So we specialize in helping people to run open source databases, best specifically focus on MySQL and Postgres, as well as source available MongoDB. I think the interesting things about Percona is, we are a bootstrapped company, which is, I think, relatively uncommon those days in the database space. We did not, raise any external funding in what has been now more than 16 years in operation, and also all the software we ship is open source, right? We don't have source available or open core, well, besides kind of MongoDB derived stuff, and we just have to do that.
Okay, thank you. Amandine.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amandine Lepape. I'm the co-founder and the guardian of Matrix. Matrix is a decentralized, secure, open standard for communication. We created Matrix basically to break the silos and bring interoperability to communication, which we've been missing for a while. I am also COO and co-founder of a company called Element, which builds on top of Matrix. We developed the flagship app called Element, imaginatively. And we also sell services, and we do have some proprietary products as well around Matrix. So yeah, we have both entities separately.
Great, thank you. And Guy?
I'm Guy Pujarni, or Guypo. I'm the founder of Sneak, which is a developer security platform that isn't actually open source. It's sort of I like to say it's open source affiliated. It plays a big role in the open source community, helping secure the open source community, helping kind of establish secure practices amidst open source consumers and open source maintainers alike. So it's very open source friendly, but it's not itself kind of an open source company, except for some clients and such that still need the service to operate. I'm also an angel investor in a variety of early stage startups, including many of them that are sort of open core and a variety of open source elements. So I've got a slightly different perspective from that lens as well about thinking through monetization, thinking through sometimes initial, like, should it be open source or not, but even sort of further back, which I think is what we're talking about here. How do you delineate, and mostly in product company, actually have less services experience, and most of my experience is in open core product focused companies.
Okay, Guy, thank you very much. So you've got a great panel. I'll hand over to Matt, first of all, to get us going.
I think actually a good place to start, Guy, I think, is putting myself in the shoes of a potential founder who might be exploring various different ways of getting their product to market. If someone's considering an open source product, what's the difference between selling around an open source project or product compared to maybe building and running a proprietary one?
I think, so maybe I'll start with a misconception. So I think people confuse open source with some automagic distribution. They think, like, we'll make it open source and therefore more people will adopt it. And that's not the case. It depends on the product, it depends on the context. But I think the difference, so in that sense, when you think about an open source project, what is the same as non-open source project is to think about distribution, to think about how people would find your product, to think about what would be easy, low friction, what would be hard about adopting the product, and what are the capabilities that it builds, and then sort of subsequently what use cases it would provide. I think the sort of the healthy way to think about open source and where it's different is that it's an extreme version of freemium, and I say extreme because it's irreversible. If you're launching a freemium part of your service, then you're able to tweak it, you're able to take something away, you're able to sort of evolve it over time. and you always have to kind of work through the delineation between that and another. While when it's open source, it needs to be sort of a deeper, more sort of thought through decision around it. But at the end of the day, the dynamics that you're faced with are similar to a freemium service. You need to think about, how do you get this to more users, and what are the use cases that the free tier, the open source tier, supports, and how do you make sure that those use cases are very well supported, that you're amazing at it, and as you kind of propagate this through the world, and which use cases is the open source project not meant to support, not meant to provide. With open source, you can't entirely control that it would never do that. It could be that the community kind of evolves and broadens around it, but what is your intent, and that you sort of aim to support with a commercial service around. So I think that's really the core of it, is to think of it as freemium, and to think about, like any freemium, if you open up open source, then there's things that open source is, avenues that open source opens up. There are many of them, and I don't want to sort of hog too much time here, but like one key example of it is for instance, in modern infrastructure today and in database and all that, where there's expectations, or the example of JetStack and sort of being able to become part of the Kubernetes stack, so become part of an open source ecosystem. So those are opportunities that as open source you need to confront.
You mentioned the word freemium. Just for people who might not be fully aware of what that means, would someone mind just defining it?
Sure. I mean, basically, to me, freemium is a free aspect of your products. But unlike people talk about product-led growth, under that product-led growth, there's really two lenses to it. There's freemium and free trial. Free trial is just a different sales technique. It's someone sort of signing up, buying the product without it. Freemium is the intent that some subset of the users, hopefully a large one, would be using your product for free in perpetuity, or in sort of a very extended period of time, without being expected to pay and be successful at whatever it is that they do. So that's freemium, because there's a free tier, and there's some logic about upgrading that into premium.
Some of what you were saying in that discussion we were just having was around the fact that you need to think in advance as to which part is going to be maybe paid for and which part's going to be free or open. If someone doesn't have any experience in actually managing or starting an open source business, how can they, what advice would you give to them about thinking where that delineation might actually occur? Because from my experience speaking to a lot of founders of open source businesses, in some cases they don't always even expect to start a company or a business around it. They're just scratching an itch with a particular problem that they found on GitHub, and they start an open source project. And by the time they've kind of got a bit of traction, it's then hard to know where to take it from a commercial standpoint. Whereas I think some of what you're saying, guys, is think about that in advance. For people who maybe just started an open source project, they don't know whether it's going to become a company or not. What can they be thinking about now when it comes to commercializing it later down the line? Have you got any good pieces of advice?
From our point of view, you need to think about the value. So it's a balance between what can you bring and make available for free, which is going to grow the project, bring more users, bring more visibility, whilst keeping some of the value that you are going to bring as the income stream for your company. One thing in terms of open source versus proprietary bits of your product, if you are putting too much things into the proprietary, and it's too useful, then the community will just probably come up with it by themselves. So you may lose here because you won't be able to even monetize the feature or the product that you just developed, because it will come up by the community. So it's really, that's the thought process that we use on a day-to-day basis, is like, okay, this functionality, how useful is it? If I don't make it free, is it easy for people to implement it by themselves? And that really helps in terms of balance.
Yeah, well, I think there is this, in a database space where we operate, often it's very good to look at the difference between your users and buyers, which may not be the same person, right? And that means in many cases you want to developers be having frictionless adoption and getting a value from your software, but then when it comes to some enterprise needs, right, which developers may not care as much about, right, that is where commercial solutions often in place, right? I think that's very common in the industry, right? And if you look at that both, let's say, MySQL enterprise, right, or MongoDB enterprise, it would be things like, auditing, right, or pluggable authentication, or things like that, which is typically proprietary with large organizations. But there's something else, I think, which is important for Percona in particular. What we found is what even if your software is open source, many of the same enterprise buyers, they just do not want to do it alone, right, for other reasons. Because that idea in saying, hey, you know what, I'll just use the software, and if it doesn't work, well, I will hope that there's a community around that which will help me. Well, that may not be compatible with your job security. And remember, people in the enterprise companies are not spending their own money, right? They're spending enterprise money, right? And in this case, they may care about minimizing their personal risk, right, and maximizing their opportunities more than actually spending the company money.
I would just sort of emphasize, and I think aligns with both of those, that to me, and I'm oftentimes a broken record talking about use cases, it's about saying which use cases are supported by the open source piece and which use cases are supported by the premium piece. And it's okay, sometimes use cases, I agree, translate to value a lot of times. It's like, okay, what type of value are you providing me? What type of need? And they're different for a buyer and a user or for a large organization. For Snyk, the freemium, not open source, but I think it's the same concept here, the freemium tier is designed for developers. If you're a developer and you're writing code and you want that code to be secure, you should be able to use the product for free. It's a part of that. And the product needs to be very good at it. I think that the mistake, the thing that people do is they fear giving too much value away in the open source piece, and because of that they cripple it, and by purpose of that they make the open source experience not awesome. They make the things in the free tier not good at doing that. And so once you define, says that these things, they're meant to be free, and we're going to invest in making sure that they are really, really good on the user as a free tier. And there's a bunch of these other things, oftentimes enterprise scalability needs. By the way, oftentimes surround sound, oftentimes things that might not be the core exciting thing of it, but rather about making it usable at a large scale, complicated environments. But you just need to define those use cases. They're going to be premium. And yes, sometimes the open source the community itself encroaches on you a little bit on it and evolves it, and you have to adapt to it, and that's a part of the open source kind of game. But it really boils down to just understanding the use cases, and I think that's true whether you've started, like if you already have a thriving or a nascent sort of open source project that you want to turn into commercialize, you still have to go through the same exercise. You may be more limited because there's a thing that's already out there, so you have to kind of crystallize what are the use cases you want to keep supporting with that, and you have to convince yourself that there's use cases that allow commercial piece, because not every open source project has commerciality, has commercial potential, and that's okay. And so it really boils down to just sort of defining those.
Great. One of the things that was tricky in my mind. Sorry, we have a question. Oh, it's a question. Great. Well,
hello. Just wanted to ask a question. There seems to be an hidden assumption in this conversation that open source commercialization is open core. As in, like, there's some part that's going to be open source, and that is a lead generation for the premium part. And I think Guy was hinting in that direction. Is that the only model that you see working?
Yeah, I think open core is not super well defined. I think if you're talking about a product company, then you're building a product, and if you want not all of the value to be open, because you want some product capabilities to be the things that you're monetizing, then yes, I think it basically naturally gets you into some form of open core. Like of the 100% technology that you're building, 100% product that you're building, some percentage of that is open source, and some percentage is kept differently. There is a totally different, and I think proven on this panel as well, business model that is more services and enablement. That is, someone called it like the order from chaos. Is that like Kubernetes or Linux? They're sort of such complicated beasts that it's much more about the kind of manageability and the administration. So there could be an open core version of it, and there could be a services business. But yeah, I think if it's product based, if it's a product solution, that is open source based, it's hard for me to imagine something that isn't in some form open core with pieces of software that gets created that are not open sourced. Or at least not licensed, like again, not, maybe they can be source available for transparency for a variety of reasons, but not open source.
Yeah, many companies are just on services. That's what you were saying as well on your side, no?
Well, not quite, but why don't you answer and then I'll provide my, my point of view.
No, I was just, because we had Nextcloud earlier on the panel, and he was basically Nextcloud is just entirely open source, so it's just pure services. So you really have both models around, and sometimes a mix, like we do. We have a mix of it.
Yeah, well, what I think in this case, first, I would say like open core is one of solutions, right? In our space, if you look at this kind of commercialization, the SaaS is another approach, right? A lot of companies, especially in the database space, they're focusing on that, right? And often that also pushes them to have source available licenses rather than open source to prevent the cloud competition, but that's, I think, one important model, right? Now, I also think that there is a little bit kind of is a misunderstanding of a service and product as a black and white, right? If you look at Percona, right, what our position is with a product, our customers are running Percona software. That is why they come to us. You know, yes, we used to do some stuff, but our software is open source, but at the same time, they surprise to that the same thing as they surprise to the enterprise version of our competition. You know, MySQL Enterprise, you know, whatever, offering by Enterprise DB, MariaDB Enterprise, and so on and so forth, right? And as I mentioned, the fact what the software for open source, that does not mean you can't charge the same way as a per instance, right? Let's say per instance or some other stuff, right? It doesn't have to be, oh, I sell you hours. And if you look at, let's say, some financial metrics, right? You know, retention rate, right, or the margin. In this case, we are, you know, getting very close, right, or getting a similar number to what the open core values are, right? I think investors don't like it, right? Because investors, they like this kind of force, right? And what if your customers don't love you anymore? We want to make sure they have no freaking way to ditch you, right? That is, I think, what a lot of investor percentages is, right? What I think, if you are really doing good by your customers, you can lock your customers in with love and nothing but love.
I think like the point on site, sort of, and this is, I'm more cynical than that. Like in terms of the sort of the love element, I do think there's service, there's elements of like overall cost of ownership, and I think the SaaS point is a very, very good one. So I just sort of want to clarify, like I think SaaS is not only a good, but maybe even like the best on average kind of business model for a lot of open source software. You know, but I perceive it as open core in a way. So like for me, the sort of the description of SaaS includes that because there's actually a fair bit of software that you need to build to be able to operate it. But it does come down, but conceptually it's different enough that I think it's a very good point that it's separate. You can help them operate the open source solution in a successful fashion. And you can do that by hosting it for them, which is a form, it's somewhere between service and open core. Yeah, so in that sort of continuous.
Just a quick question, just to clarify, by SaaS you mean like the web kind of layer on top, or what did you mean by SaaS?
Well, I mean, what I mean by SaaS, right? That can be a variety, right, of solution. If you look at the database space, well, yes, that typically comes with some, you know, SaaS GUI management. But again, often the open core solutions, right? Like if you think about MongoDB space, there's on MongoDB Atlas, which has everything, but then there's also like MongoDB Ops Manager, which allows you to have some GUI on-prem, right? But I think the SaaS also is usable for many other products which are not on this level. Like WordPress, I think is a fantastic example of an open SaaS SaaS company, right? There are some proprietary things in the WordPress offering, but I use them as example of how you can do it and do it well by your customer. Because if you think about WordPress, you can self-host WordPress and get fantastic results, right? You can host them on Automatix like WordPress.com, or frankly, there is probably hundreds of other independent hosters which also you can host WordPress with, right? Automatix did not come and say, no, 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 we are so afraid of all those kind of other people which will go into compete, right? So we will relicense WordPress and some productive license. They didn't do it, right? And again, in their case, in their special circumstances, they have been proven to be very successful.
There's moving on to a slightly different topic. There's a preconceived idea maybe by people who are getting into starting an open source business or creating an open source company that you'll be able to make sales easily because there's lots of a big community of users and they will automatically turn to customers. I mean, for people who were on the panel earlier, I think Frank was saying from Nextcloud that he's never had a salesperson. All of his sales have been inbound because the strength of the adoption of the open source community has meant that he's been able to kind of easily sell a product or service on top of that. Have the panelists seen the same thing? Is there a need for a salesperson in an open source company, or can you just rely on the strength of the adoption from the community?
From our side, we definitely have seen some inbound coming from the community. And same thing, like we do have a sales team, but it took us 3 years before hiring the first person. And it's whilst basically what you don't want to do is look at your community as a group of leads that you are going to turn into customers, because that's the best way to make them run a while. It's definitely somewhere where you get more visibility. It's some marketing at some level. You get the credibility from the techies, and then they take this credibility and bring it in-house into the enterprise, the government, and pitch you to their organizations. So from our perspective, it's definitely one of the channels to bring customers on board.
Guy, see the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's so first of all, I'd say it's the same as in any freemium, so you have to, you have a free tier, and the question is how do people convert to it? At the very minimum, you would need to build, you'd need to either have a salesperson that takes the inbound call, and there's still selling happening at that point, or you'd need to build like a self-serve kind of a commercialization, like, a website and all that. So you're going to need to build something to allow people to purchase or engage with them. I think it depends on the use cases and the smoothness of transition to them, and specifically who needs to be involved. So if it's a database product and at a certain volume of it, you've had to, regardless of whether that's wise or not, right? You've had to kind of go to the commercial tier, then I think it's very natural for you to just sort of self-purchase. So anything that is volume-based, but it's the same individual, I think that lends itself to it. If I contrast with Snyk, in Snyk, oftentimes the developer is the most important user and the primary user in the free tier, but oftentimes the person signing the check is the security person. And in that case, there's been more need. Like, we do have a lot of that engagement, but I want to separate between like the inbound versus the outbound. In Snyk's case, the majority of our deals, definitely in dollar volume, are done with sales activity. And the vast majority, I think some 70% of the deals, have had an active, successful free user in the account beforehand. So in my seed deck, I have like salesperson, like sales team scratched out, sort of a self-serve revenue. And I consider that to be one of my naivete kind of moments in it. Right. Like, it's absolutely not the case, as would attest the hundreds of salespeople that we have in the company. But they are. It's not disconnected. So the freemium tier and open source is very much an example of that. They advertise your existence in the scene. They demonstrate your they build your brand. They give confidence your product would actually work and do what is needed. And so the sales process in an open source, in a successful kind of open source community context, is entirely different. And so I would say for us, the free tier is a massive driver of our sales efficiency. It drives a lot of leads, but it absolutely also helps deals close faster, right, because of the existing kind of confidence and mileage that people have in it, in the company.
Basically, you have a clear champion in the customer. Sorry.
Well, and what I would say, it depends on the product, on the customer a lot, right? I think we're having a lot of projects very successful with a self-service model, right? Especially relatively small deal sizes, right? To many companies. Again, not just in open source, right? But in other models as well. Where we find salespeople are needed is large enterprise deals, right? If you look at multi-year, multi-million-dollar deal, right, then company is building strategic relationship with you, right, then that is often then sales are needed. There's a lot of communication happens, right? There's like a compliance team, security team, wherever you need somebody to chaperone that, and they actually are expecting that, right? They're expecting things to be, you know, somewhat custom in this case.
And this comes, totally agree, and there's two aspects to it. There's one is the sort of the getting the deal done, you know, all these different stakeholders that need to be managed and sort of satisfied to be able to get the deal done. But also there's the actually making them successful with the product, because you need to keep hand-holding and controlling to kind of help, especially when there's some form of transformation required in the product. And many of these large enterprise deals requires it. I mean, for us, the engagement with enterprise customers is, a lot of it is around that. It's like, you know, it needs the sort of the touch, you know, and the support above and beyond whatever sort of self-serve nature of the product to make them successful. And a good example of that, by the way, is Slack. You know, Slack has built up a great business coming free, a product-led, you know, tier built like that, you know, like super successful. And they intentionally, despite all the instrumentation in their systems that allow self-serve large purchases, they intentionally engage large enterprises with a sales, and they require them to buy through a sales, because otherwise, if they don't have that, they don't successfully adopt the product, they don't successfully adapt.
Very specific question, but do you actually incentivize your customer success managers at Sneak with commissions and so on, or do you separate that from, so do you think of customer success as a sales mechanism, or more literally?
It's always a combo of sort of service and of service and revenue. I mean, fundamentally, the two should align. And it basically, to me, and from all I've seen around, it's never right for it to be zero on either one of those sides. And the exact percentages, it depends a little bit on your product and what you're currently trying to incentivize. So we've changed it over time as well, you know, depending on what the immediate need was.
Could I come in here? I think this is a really interesting discussion, given everything else that we've spoken about. So the session we had before this was all about community and about being inclusive. And now we're talking about revenue and sales. And all the work that I do, sales is the one area that my founders hate to talk about, particularly my early stage ones, because you're moving from that inclusive, engaged community, how, you know, and people working with you on your project and helping you develop from project to product to service. And somewhere along the line, you've got to make money because, you know, it's just a fact of life. So given the fact we've got in our audience some colleagues who are at that very early stage, what's it like? What's your advice moving from engaging the community, harnessing that passion, keeping them engaged, and then having to sell? Because those are different skill sets. Advice?
I mean, I'll tell you how, I can tell you how I did it. I look for friends. I mean, I'm lucky in the fact that I had a sales background, so I mean, I spent my entire career in software sales, so I at least knew. I think if I didn't know anything about sales, I would have been in a very different position. But what I decided to do, and this is even me knowing a lot about sales, was not go to a direct company and try to sell to them or try and knock down the door of some enterprise to tell them about Kubernetes. I went to where Kubernetes was created, which was Google, and I actually educated the Google people. I actually got told early days, don't start a company around Kubernetes, you know, start it around data services. Kubernetes is probably not going to go anywhere. So we went in and actually did a series of education sessions for the pre-sales engineers and the salespeople at Google. and effectively positioned ourselves as people that knew a lot about it. And we were opening their eyes to an open source project that they were about to turn into a service. And what we found was that just by building those relationships, we ended up almost becoming an extension to the Google sales and pre-sales team. So every time a customer heard of Kubernetes, then they'd contact us. We then supplemented that with training. So education and training was a great way of us helping to actually seed the market and get people talking to us and engaging about the ways that they wanted to use the technology. And actually all of our early customers came either via training courses that we ran or a partnership with Google, or some of the other partners that were kind of, well, no one was actually buying services from us originally because no one was actually using Kubernetes. We actually ended up making relationships with vendors who are interested in the concept of Kubernetes against other orchestrators, and then paying us to do connectors for Kubernetes for their product, which then enabled us to get into conversations with their customers. So I'd say a good tip for potential founders is maybe try and make it easy for yourself, and maybe go and find people that you can create relationships with that actually will help you to get into the door of these customers. Otherwise, just doing it yourself and trying to get directly into an enterprise, it's going to be quite tricky without a big team of pre-sales engineers, a big marketing budget, a pre-existing brand or market. You can't, you're not represent when you're a startup. No one knows your name, your brand. It's very tricky. So I'd say leverage third parties, and that was a big help for us.
Yeah. Thanks,
I mean, my experience was like slightly different, right? Because I was engineer before starting company, right? And frankly, I had this kind of attitude towards salespeople, right? We as engineers, I had like an attitude towards the salespeople, like say, well, look at that, those salespeople. They do nothing. They just hang out with people, go to expensive restaurant, and they seems to be paid shitload of money compared to us engineers who actually write all the code, right? And then many years later, I understand, oh my gosh, they have this, like an absolutely miserable job. I would hate to be doing myself, absolutely. I hate it, right? And yes, I understand why they're paid so much, right? And I think this kind of wonderful thing, like one of my executives says, hey, you know what? What is the interesting thing between your salesperson, your engineer, right? Because a lot of open source engineer, if you don't pay them, right? Well, they're still going to go ahead and write code, right? Maybe different code, right? But that is sort of like their all the life, right? Like engineers, scientists, that is what we do. Guess about salesperson. If you don't pay them, it's not like they're going to, go and sell the stuff, right? That is something which is kind of like a hard job, which is done to make a good living, right? Yeah. Well, but anyway, like for me, I think the conversion started because I, as a founder, had to learn to sell, and I think that is a very wonderful thing for founders, not just to say, hey, let's outsource that on a day one, right? Because selling really helps you to understand what messages to align and how people really value in your product. Because gifted engineers especially, like they live in a kind of different world, right? Often they don't naturally understand how real humans think, right? They are geniuses, like portion of a 1%, right? In this case, and that kind of selling experience really understands you, like who are your really customers, who really cares, what they care about. And I would encourage everybody to do that, even if it sucks and you'll hate it, right, before actually hiring someone.
And Peter, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, I've worked with so many early stage ventures. They've managed to secure phenomenal amounts of backing based on their, as we discussed yesterday, their vision, their proposition, maybe traction, but often not even traction. And then I say to them, what are you going to do now? And one of the first things they say to me is, I'm going to hire a marketing director. I'm going to hire a sales director. Why are you going to do that? Because I don't really want to sell and I don't want to speak to customers. And I always advise them, please go and speak to customers. Because only when you speak to customers are you then able to engage in the conversations that they want to hear about, that will help them understand the benefits how you're going to either drive efficiencies for them or just make life easier for them in whatever capacity that might actually be. But without having those conversations, it's difficult to even know what language to use. Yeah.
I would also add something I think is also important here. As a founder, you will always have some selling superpowers no salesperson will ever be able to match.
Yeah, that's true, because you really know your product.
Yeah, and you understand it.
Yeah.
So, like for me, I very much separate between selling and deal making, and I think the two are quite distinct. I actually really quite like selling. Like selling to me is around distilling the value that I've created to the pain that a customer has.
Yeah.
I think it's incredibly powerful, and I think if you don't do it, then you don't understand your product, and you're very much likely not to build the right product. Like you have to connect it to customer pain, and then once you've connected to the customer pain, if you can't articulate it, you need to. That's an important investment for you to do it. And when you get it right, you build better products. And it's a joy, because you get to like go and talk to a person and tell them how you're going to help them not feel a pain, So I actually really like selling. I like getting people to kind of fall in love with the product that I am kind of offering them and how it would help their life. I hate deal making. Like I hate negotiating on how many dollars has that precisely done that. And I think, one answer to that is indeed like bring a salesperson, decouple yourself. There's also like some value that you're coming with a salesperson and you remain kind of a little bit pure, like you remain a little bit like...
the slimy sales guy, you can deal with that.
But it's like, it's useful in the customer relationship, right? Because you're like, someone else does the dirty work, which is part of the reason it might be a miserable job.
Maintain the
so
aura
it's actually like a salesperson versus
a
sales leader. It's building that out. I'd also remind founders that everything is a product, and your sales process is a product, and your V1 is going to suck. And so, getting a salesperson, iterating, building that is important. So, like, I do think it's useful to bring a salesperson alongside you fairly easy. The only thing I kind of have to alleviate the pain of deal making is to sort of remind them a little bit that it's in their benefit, that it's in their best interest that your company will stay alive for a longer period of time. And so, for me, and I come back a little bit to use cases, if you're comfortable with the division between what's free and what's paid, and you're explaining that these paid things are amazing, you've sold that, they want the paid thing, you don't need to terribly apologize, to the fact you're charging money for it. It's like, look, I've literally said this to sort of customers. It's like, look, it's just not practical, it's not pragmatic for us to charge you less than $100 grand and sort of still give you a custom legal agreement and sort of unlimited liability towards it. And I think it's in your best interest that we stay a viable business, unless you want to sort of swap this every year, some other thing. And so there's some constraints we have to work with. So generally, if we align on value, we should be able to align on price. And then I hand it off to the salesperson, because I really don't like that deal. But it's you have to do some of that dirty work. But the deal making piece I would hire for where I can.
Okay, Anadine, you had something to say.
Yeah, but basically I completely agree. Founder sales is you cannot build a company without being the first salesperson. I don't think it's possible. In terms of handing over to a sales team, where we had issues, it's been really how do you manage to take these enthusiasm, understanding of the product, and put it into someone else's mind, because they will come at it with a very external approach. And yes, you have the benefits, and I'm going to pitch the benefits, but there is always a gap between the two. And honestly, we're still, three years later, we're still trying to say, how do we actually onboard this sales team to get as passionate and understanding of the thing? Another thing which I'm not sure if it's specific to us, but same, like neither me or my co-founder are salespeople, and we always approach it with a very technical selling, like this is what the technical problem we're solving, and had a hard time taking it from, there is some value that you can express, but it means that our sales team are very technical as well. And I don't know if that's because we've found it easiest in terms of transition, or if it's just that our product is technical. I don't know.
That's really great discussions. A few things that I've been thinking as you've been talking. I knew I wanted to become a founder even from when I was maybe 14, 15. So I read every book I could possibly read on starting a business. First chapter in most of them was you have to be good at sales. So I decided that I was going to go and get a sales job, and I went into door-to-door sales, genuinely, for 3 summers at university to pay my way through university. There was no better grounding. I still use that experience every single day. So if you're a founder, potential founder that knows you want to start a company but doesn't know what it's going to be in yet, then I would honestly recommend getting a sales job. It would be a great foundation for what you want to do in the future, genuinely. And the second thing I would say is if you go into a software sales in a technical organization, my next piece of advice would be spend a lot of time with the engineers, because you're going to be much better at understanding how the value of the product ends up connecting with the features of the product connect with the value to the customer. And I think a lot of, to your point earlier, early in my career, salespeople were literally siloed from the engineers, and it was almost like there was a barrier between the two, and salespeople didn't like the engineers didn't like the salespeople. And I think, I like to think of someone as myself as someone who spent most of my time actually with the engineers, understanding the challenges they were trying to overcome, and that helped me tremendously throughout my career. So I'd say those were just two things that I picked out or was thinking about when you were discussing.
And you build better product. I mean, I was an SE for about 4 months.
Right.
So I was an engineer and I wanted to become a product manager. There was no product manager job available. There was an opportunity to be this sort of meta SE, and I was kind of deep in the product. And I did it, and it was really educational on two fronts. One, I realized I don't want to do that for a job. And two, it was really being in that sort of pain point of sort of giving a demo to a customer and seeing, and the buttons don't work, and the sort of the thing doing it, or it's like, the customer doesn't get it. Like, that type of experience is what eventually makes you make a better product.
Definitely.
There's no doubt.
And actually, when you are a founder, make sure that you continue to stay at the coalface with your customers.
Yeah.
I think I've seen a lot of founders that get to the point where they don't end up speaking to customers after a while because their company gets so big, and they're just focusing on managing the people who manage the people who deliver the service or deliver the product, and you can become removed. So I'd say it's really important, even if you succeed and you get large, that you should continue to have those conversations.
I agree. A lot of the work that I do is helping companies scale up, and when I started doing this, I made some suggestions about having a deep dive back into their company to remind themselves of their purpose and why they were doing what they were doing. And the way we ran it, we'd meet every 6 weeks, and each 6 weeks their companies would get smaller in some way, and I'd be thinking, I'm really worried, because the idea is that we're growing. They had lost touch with what was going on in their business, and so when they started reacquainting themselves, many of them, they got rid of their sales director, because they realized that actually they were not delivering on, the product was great, okay, the customers were great, but they were not closing the deals.
Yep.
Can anyone guess the second key appointment that some of them got rid of that's highly relevant to this topic? Director of Finance. Director of Sales and Director of Finance, two most common ones to go. And that's because they are such influential positions within your organisation that delegating completely to those positions and working on your business all the time rather than some of the time in the business is a really dangerous thing to do. So we talk about ambidextrous leadership, so that you know those times when you need to work in the business and the other times when you need to work on the business, but you always need to be able to read a set of financial accounts and not delegate that to someone else.
Can I refine that a little bit, just from like an experience when you reach sort of larger scales, right? And we're sort of well into sort of the 9 figures of sort of sales, and we're growing. And I replaced myself as CEO about 3 and a bit years ago with Peter, who's amazing and a far better CEO than I was. And one of the things that was interesting to me was to sort of look at Peter as CEO versus me, and how do we do things differently? And one of the observations I have, which he kind of sort of not entirely agrees with, is that when someone comes to me with a decision, I scrutinize the decision. I try to sort of understand the different aspects of why did you decide this? And I kind of try to agree with the decision myself. And generally, Peter, when someone comes to him with a decision, he scrutinizes the decision process. He scrutinizes what came into this, how did you make this decision, which I think is a much more scalable approach and allows you to sort of do so. I think sometimes when you're sort of a technical founder, this is what do I know about finance? What do I know about sales? Above and beyond the absolute truism that I think we all agree, which is you have to stay close to customers, you have to sort of stay close to the sort of the value that you're providing to them. is to think a little bit, is like if you don't feel comfortable, you can understand the topic, try to scrutinize the decision process, try to scrutinize like, were the right questions asked? Yeah. And it's actually super enlightening. Like for me, once I started sort of, investing more time in that, it's just, I think it's greatly improved my ability to sort of assess people.
I think they'll have a question.
Yeah.
Hi. Going back to the open core and freemium, I'm new to open source. I want to wrap my head around open core. What I see the difference there being, especially looking at a product, is the open core would be your premium side would be a function of your free side, whereas your premium is not necessarily a function of the free side because you own both of them. So if you're for open core, if your free side just runs wild, how do you adapt and how do you sort out your money-making side? How do you de-risk that? Does that make sense? So your open source part can be led by community and can go in a different direction to what the company was anticipating as a product. So your premium product would not necessarily make sense, maybe. Does that make sense or not?
I think maybe the question is maybe the conflict of interest there between your open source project that's focused at the community and your paid for products.
Yeah, not necessarily conflict. I would say just different evolution. So if the open source just evolves in a different direction that you're anticipating for the revenue generating product,
I see.
How do you de-risk it?
It's responding to the dynamics of the community and how that plays into product.
So I think the thing is, it's not because your product is open source that your community is leading it, and they have full control of it. We talked again this morning, talked a bit about roadmap, and basically, at least that's how we do, and I don't think we are the only ones. It's still the company has the control of the roadmap of the open source product. And then the community can contribute additional stuff on top of it, and that's very fine because it may be useful features. But if the company is still driving it forward, and then you can add potentially proprietary product around this open source product to actually monetize. And you try to get your open source version, and the open core expression is quite loaded because for quite some time, and I think it's probably still a bit the case, it can sound very negative. And going to a customer saying, I'm doing an open core model, like they may just kick you out. Because of what we've seen is that sometimes the open source version is crippled. So it's barely usable at all without buying the proprietary stuff around it. So then that's where you need to find the balance of the open source needs to be usable and nice to grow the attraction, the usability of the product, add more users, and then you sell the additional product around because it brings value to maybe a specific group of users. Maybe they need extra security because they're a government, or they need compliance because they're financial services. And the open source community and other people may not care at all about compliance. They just need a communication system in our case. That's help?
From what I understand, the open source community doesn't necessarily directly contribute to the product.
They do contribute, but they don't necessarily drive the roadmap. So they're not the ones saying, they may bring a feature, but the company needs to know where they're taking their product, at least for our kind of product. We decide what is going on our app, what do we do next, edit and reactions, or do we do threading? Where are we going with this communication service?
But
and
again,
maybe the company wants to add voice messages to it, and that's fine, sure, why not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what I want to say, I think, is what this, we are talking about the open source, right? But the open source does not dictate any particular form of governance, right? And I would split open source into two big buckets. There is a company-driven open source, and there is some, foundation or community-driven open source, right? In this case, there's a huge difference, right? But now, even in a corporate-driven open source, you may have things differently, right? For example, MongoDB, even before they adopted the proprietary license, right, their CEO was saying we did not open source MongoDB to get help, we open source that as a part of marketing strategy.
Distribution.
Right, distribution strategy, right? I don't really, but on the other hand, it's kind of similar company, Elastic, right? They were depending a lot on open source contributors, right? And I think by the time they changed the model, it was like more than 1,000 contributors have been involved in that, right? So I think that is where things can change a lot.
Yeah, and even the foundations, they would have a governance body that leads the project. The community, it's never a free-for-all. Someone's kind of leading, someone's charting it. All that said, I think there are examples of things that I think are mistakes in areas that you designate the community to grow. And so I've come across cases where they said, well, we'll build a system and the community can bring plugins on it, and we will have these, for connecting to these enterprise systems, that would be our commercial offering. So as well, you can't have, like, if your platform is meant for the community to build extensions to it, and you're just going to hope that they don't build the extension that you actually want to build your business on, that's tricky. And so sometimes you can build a high quality premium extension and actually monetize that, and basically feel confident that if the community builds, like there might be another extension the community builds that does it differently and it's free, then you can do it. So I think at the end of the day, you have to make sure that there's depth to the premium alongside what is free. Like you can't think that you'd sort of build something that is open source and 90% of the value is going to be there, and then you're going to build another 10% of value, but be able to capture the 100% value in the dollars you make. That just doesn't work. So the open source piece fuels your business. Like if you were to do 50-50, hopefully you get 75% of the value back. But there has to be a depth to both the sort of the open source piece, otherwise it doesn't get used, doesn't become successful, and there has to be a depth to the premium piece of real additional value that you provide. Some related to the open source project and some less so.
Thank you. I just think maybe there was a confusion.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm just supposed to be the volunteer, but this is a fascinating conversation. I just want to take you back to the sales founders getting involved in the sales versus making the deal. And just for a bit of context, I advise startup companies on IP and technology licensing, not necessarily just open source. But my observation generally, depending on the type of founder, if they come from a technical background, if they're involved with the customers directly, there is overcommitment versus somebody like Matt from a sales background who sees value that I'm going to sell them other things in the future. How do you control that in a small startup environment, that overcommitting as a founder, your business to specific customers?
So I've grown like a little bit cynical about it. Like for me, when I talk to a company that is building some sort of open source, kind of compelling open source project, and when I ask why is this open source, I get entirely ideological kind of answer to it, because open source is right, because this needs to be open, all that. I don't invest. And it doesn't mean that open source projects shouldn't be there, but some open source projects belong in foundations, they belong in sort of those elements, and some teams really should be building their sort of products there, because they have no drive, no desire, no kind of passion to doing it, and they're just building an open source project, and they're raising money because it's a way to fund their open source project, but they don't actually want to build a business around it. I think if you're raising money, then you should be motivated. You should expect that you're going to need to build a business around that open source project, and you should have some level of interest and some level of perspective of how that might work. And if not, then you might be an amazing citizen of the open source community, but I don't know if it's right for you to sort of found a company. There are, of course, gray areas for people that do have the interest in sort of doing the business, but they don't really know where. That's fine. But if it's like if the reason something is open source is purely out of a desire because everything should be open, I think it can be very tricky. I don't know if I'm sort of touching on your question, but some of that has to sort of come down to interest, right?
I was going to talk a little bit about the fact earlier in my career there was a concept of drive-by selling. I guess this is maybe what you're touching on with the
That's
question.
right.
Yeah, and salespeople would just probably maybe including me, I think at the time, would go and sort of, we'd have like commission rates would be massively pressurized. We wouldn't have a connection to the engineering team, the support team. We'd be probably slightly overrule the pre-sales engineer. And there were times when, lots of times, I'd like to say I was not one of the worst offenders, but where a contract got sold and the actual, it looked like a large amount of money on paper, but when you actually got into the details, you realize that you're not going to make any margin on that. You're likely going to stress out the entire support team. There's likely going to be, you could be setting yourself up for failure because you're going to get all of your time sucked by this one customer because of the way that the contract has been signed. You might not be able to renew them in the future. So we had another term which was like scorched earth contracts, where some sales guy had gone in and sold for 3 years on some low value, and then the next person who's given the territory couldn't do anything with it anymore. And so yeah, it was a big problem. I think the thing that solved it for me, and this is the way that I managed to get over that, was by running a bootstrapped service company where I actually had to live and die by the margins I was making from the delivery of the services. And I learned very quickly around what it took to make profit without any financial backing whatsoever. And so that's the way that I learned it. But for people who are in companies that are, got loads of money, VC-backed money, the salespeople aren't that closely connected to the engineers. I think that's a really important thing. Build a culture where the engineers, the support team, and the salespeople work in really close concert. I think that's really important. But it sounds good, but I'd still say on the whole, when I speak to friends who are still in sales, software sales, that doesn't really happen. And I think it's something that's really important to sort of keep a close eye on, I would say. I don't know if anyone's got any experience of this themselves.
Well, yeah, what I wanted to add, from my standpoint, right? When you have the founder with no sales experience involved in sales, mistakes are going to be made, and there are going to be deals where you won't make any money. There are going to be deals where you make promises which you would not be able to keep. But I think this is important part of education.
Yeah.
Right? I think that is very valuable, and that is good if it's done in an early stage, right? Then things are probably not that serious yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
With my COO hat on, it's basically these sort of problems are solved by process. Like basically, we've gone into it and we've been burned at it. So basically, it's like you set up a process and you make sure that you have visibility on the resources we have, etc. And that's one of the reasons we actually have some licensing, like some products we can license, is because we don't want to be a service company, because it's not scalable. And then the planning in terms of hiring, etc. Same thing. We've got burned by it last year. It's really tough. So when you're small, then as the founder, you should be involved and know what you're selling and how. When you're big, you just need the process. In terms of overcommitment on the product side of things, it's another interesting aspect, which is quite different, where basically you, as a founder, you're out there, you have a customer, they want a specific feature, and it's going to help you drive your roadmap, because it may be a big logo, and yes, of course I have it. And by the time you've signed the contract, then at least you've started up. We had a big debate last year again, where trying to sell to big aeronautical logos. And of course, we had this feature, no problem at all. And then when the contract is eventually signed, the thing is barely in beta. And the sales guys were like, what? It's not ready? But it's also part of the game, right? The customers are driving you forward, and you build with them, and you make them part of your team and say, yeah, we have it. It's not fully ready, but it means that I can do this and this, and you're going to help us shape it. So founders are overcommitting the company. I have so many times this discussion in the last year. It's incredible, like both product, professional services, etc. But you need to, some bits of it are dangerous. Overcommitting teams is really dangerous, the best way to kill your company. Overcommitting a product is not that bad. And not like yesterday, we had our sales kickoff, and our VP sales was saying, yeah, pre-sales, they're going to do the demos, etc. And my co-founder jumped in and said, by the way, if the product is not ready, you have to bring the team, the customer along and make them part of the game, and it's going to help us, blah, blah, blah. And then the VP says, but that's undermining what I just said. So I still truly believe that sometime as a founder, you have to overcome it to make the company move forward. That's part of the whole thing.
I've been trying to think Amandi's been talking around practical advice, and I'd say we've sort of talked about process, culture, I think communication between all the teams to make sure everyone's aligned on what can get delivered. But one practical thing that we did do, and I was just remembering as you were talking, was that we went early days with the customer got overexcited, and they would say, we want this, and we got overexcited. And so they said, we'll give you $100,000. And I'd be like, amazing, like that's the most amount of money that we've ever sold, ever. And then we go back and we discuss it, we're like, how on earth are we going to deliver on this? Mm-hmm. So what we ended up doing actually was saying, that's great that you want to give us $100,000, but why don't we create a milestone or a checkpoint where you can pay us $30,000 and we'll do these things first, and we'll see, we'll test out the relationship, we'll see if we can get over those milestones, and then you can really, by all means, go get the budget for the $100,000, make sure it's ring fence and it's there so we can use it, but let's together just sort of chunk up the project or the contract. This is early days when the resources we had were so threadbare. Basically, we had to really be careful, and that's one of the ways I was just remembering that we did it early days, just to kind of test our ability to deliver as much as anything else.
Yeah, and I feel like I might have kind of misinterpreted, because I thought we talked about overcommitting more to the open source side and how much of it is open versus commercial. But on these, I think these are all kind of great advice. I think through a journey of a company, and this is open source or not related, because this is not an open source conversation, right? It's generally like an entrepreneurship. I think there's features that get you into a deal, there's features that get you through a POC, and there's features that make a customer successful. And the reality of sort of entrepreneurship is that there's hustle involved, and there's some sort of wink and nod that you do need to sort of dance with. And there's hopefully through the life of your company a transition from more of a bias for the former into more of a bias for the latter. But you do need to kind of do those, because if you don't get, if everything you're building is around long-term successful sort of, and so sometimes the overcommitment is also a little bit in that, and so I think naturally, if you're sort of investing in features that would just sort of help you sell, you might not have built the things around it. But those might kind of come out in commitments. There's a very big difference between commitment in contracts and commitment verbally. Of course, you want to be straightforward with customers. Of course, you want to sort of, there is a long-term trust and relationship you want to build with them. But I'd still sort of guide people where, you can't be agile and sort of end up sort of locking up all of your roadmap. So whether it's overcommitted or correctly sized, you have to preserve agility in any kind of young business that is kind of aimed to grow. And so I'd say, expectation and commitment are two different things. And while, of course, you want to manage expectations, you want to really super tightly manage legal commitments.
I think that is also one interesting thing, right? If you are, let's say, small, very young startup selling to enterprise, that is probably not a first rodeo, right? And they are kind of expecting what you are, this kind of a very eager founder who doesn't know what they're doing, right? And most likely overcommit, right? So often they do not expect what you would actually deliver 100% on the timeline.
Well, but sometimes, from my experience, they could take advantage of that as well, honestly, and they don't care as long as they're getting what they need.
Sometimes they don't really know.
We
absolutely need this, otherwise we don't close the deal. And 3 months in, it's actually, you know what, that doesn't really matter. And then, so that's why if it's in expectation,
well, that's
if
right.
it's in contract,
of course,
you
want to be careful, but I think the other side, right? And I think there are some people who are very kind of promise. On the other hand, there are some engineers who are kind of too reserved, well, unless that code is, ready, and I already tested that for 5 years, I can't promise that. Well, you know what, that is way too conservative. You need a balance.
I learned very early in my career not to bring engineers into pre-sales calls because that is effectively what I got many, many times. But yeah, on the enterprise thing, the other thing, the number of times, again, you're bringing back all these memories now, is of like going through these long negotiations as a, being absolutely like, all my brain was tied up in sort of cash flow. And like getting an opportunity for the first enterprise, going through all of this like negotiation, putting all my time on that, getting to signing the contract, and then the payment terms were 90 days. And I'm like, well, I'm a brand new startup that's bootstrapped, that's got 50 grand in the bank. How on earth am I going to live for 90 days? So like I ended up effectively actually not doing deals with some of the enterprises and focusing more on smaller companies where I could do lower risk, smaller contracts that were fixed price, and I could actually then effectively have the team deliver multiple projects, and we kind of spread the load by doing fixed price contracts until we built up enough of a backstop of revenue, or sorry, cash basically, to then risk a couple of those bigger enterprise deals. And even then I'll be managing the risk of sort of like the milestones and chunking them up and so on. But yeah, there's a lot to think about. Yeah. Okay. Great.
So Heikki Nousiainen, co-founder at Ivan. There was a good discussion. I just wanted to add a couple of points there. Most of them were covered on the panel already. But over-committing, I think that's something that happens on a hustle when you're, especially on the early days. And I think that's a part of the finding the vision and high-tuning the product. You need to have then the process when the organization grows, and then it cannot deliver on all the crazy promises from the founders. But I think it's also important in a sense to build those very early customer relationships, because that gives you then, that goes into the territory of kind of locking in your customers with love, kind of so that you have a partnership rather than vendor-supplier relationship. And that can really help to kind of both focus your product and then kind of make sure that you have some recurring revenue from those very early customers. It's important for any commitments that you do to your customers, you have to be very careful that it ties back to a common vision, so you don't do snowflakes or offshoots out of the main vision, because those will slow you down. But if it's something that is kind of, that you understand that it's something that needs to be done, then prioritize your work. Make sure that the customers are happy, and then you build that goodwill.
Yeah, it will also bring you another really useful channel for selling, which is case study. And then you can take, because community is great, and then if you add to that the actual customers going out there and vouching for you, that's gold dust. Yeah,
that's a great point. I would actually, again, any new founders, every time you do a piece of work, write it up. Straight away, because actually we find it hard because we're so focused on just trying to make money and moving to the next project that we kind of forget to write it up and actually document it, because then all it needs is one person in the organization that's good at then turning it into a blog post or a case study or so on, that you can start to use those assets.
Ask ChatGPT about it.
Or ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Yeah, exactly. Any other questions?
Hey, so out of curiosity, when or how do you know when you're ready to hire that first salesperson or that sales-oriented person on the team? And then, of course, on the topic of open source, how technical do they need to be?
When? It's basically when you cannot do it anymore, I would say. But at some point, you are not scalable. So you need support. The other thing is, if you want to start building a proper, I've lost the word, productized sales funnel. And if you have your VC backed, you will have pressure for that pretty early on. And in that case, if you're not a salesperson or a marketing person who has anything to cannot understand it, then you need bringing someone who actually knows how to do it is super useful. That's how we lived it, at least.
I think the sales, once you put a salesperson kind of in, like have them do the work, the sort of the initial work, then you lose some of the information that might come back. So to me, it's really about your sort of level of confidence of how much you're doing it. So it's about, you have to have closed a bunch of deals, and you have to sort of feel like your sales calls are becoming increasingly repetitive. And I think that's a good time to sort of, you know, bring a salesperson. And I've actually lived like at Sneak and also seen kind of in a bunch of startups the value of the advice of bring two. And you know, I like it. The sort of general concept is like bring two salespeople, because otherwise, if they don't sell, you don't know if it's the salesperson that's the problem or your product. You know, is it like who's at fault? And also, especially if you're sort of not familiar with hiring salespeople, then if you bring people with different styles, you sort of see what works for you and what works for the product. It definitely worked for us. We brought 2 salespeople, parted ways with one after sort of 2-3 months, and it was actually pretty clear cut from 2 weeks in, but we just sort of gave it a bit longer. And I've seen it work with a variety of startups that I've invested in. And in terms of the technical piece, like it depends. Like I'm a bit conflicted kind of in this, and it depends on how technical the value proposition is. So if you are entirely technical and kind of, you know, where you're sort of approaching, then, you know, you do need some amount of ability to even understand and kind of, you know, regurgitate the message to it. However, I do think that there's a difference between a salesperson and an SE. And I think the most important skill of the salesperson is to identify the need for value, to do the deal making, to build the relationship, to sort of drive that. And that's why solution engineers exist, and they need to be able to have the technical conversations. And it's very likely at the beginning you're the SE, you know, like the founder is the SE, you're kind of coming along to doing it. And I was the SE of our sort of sales team for a very good while, and it's okay. It's and so I'd sort of say like it's valuable that the salesperson is you know, has some tech chops, but you should just be careful not to make that the primary attribute. It's very easy as a technical founder to kind of be more fond of, as you sort of interview people, the people that have the bigger tech depth, because you sort of have more affinity. That's not how you should assess them.
Just, I'd like to answer that question, but before I do, Peter, you have to go to another session or presentation. So I'm going to say thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, folks.
I think the way it worked out for me is that I was obviously in sales, and then my co-founder was in pre-sales at Mongo. So like we were able to do it for a lot longer than maybe you otherwise probably would have done, because we were doing it. But like the moment for me was just when the volume of like potential opportunities just became too much for me to handle myself. And when I was looking for a salesperson, I was absolutely terrified of making that hire, because I know salespeople, and I know you can get very good ones, and but there's a lot of maybe not so good ones out there. And I was also very concerned that when you're in deep tech or open source, there's not a great pool, especially not in the UK, of people that really know that space. So I actually waited longer than I otherwise might have done, and found someone who'd had at least experience and background in open source software and services. And it's worked out great, and he's been with us now for 3 years and is now director of sales. But I did not take that decision lightly. But for me, it was just when because I think that as you were saying, as a founder, you should be doing the sales and the pre-sales for as long as you can, really. And that's what we did. And it just got to the point where, you know, I just ran out of time to be able to do it, basically. And then once you hire that person, don't think that they're going to solve your problems. They take a long time to ramp. And so you can't be expecting they're going to be making your annual number. Like we basically had a long ramp-up period, and Cameron spent a lot of time in all of our meetings. So I continued to be the salesperson, and, you know, working with the pre-sales, like my co-founder, for a long time, as Cameron sort of sat in and effectively just shadowed for probably 6 months before he could do it himself.
Yeah, we still come up in some sales pitch, also because it's VIP, right? We're VIP customers. You like to have the founder actually coming in. Another thing on the technicality, I think we went also for quite technical salespeople because of this whole worried about too slimy, salesy, and also because we're really strong on making sure we're very strong technically, and we want this as part of our image. So we want to make sure that the salesperson is capable of answering some technical questions, because that's part of who we are and our image.
Yeah. I've been burned the other way around as well, because if you go for the sort of the deal making skills and you have some tech chops, you can actually get in trouble the other way around, because like you want a salesperson that knows when their sort of tech chops are done and they delegate to the SE. And I think the worst case is when they when they kind of outstep their expertise and they represent something. I don't think there's actually any points lost when a salesperson says, like, you know what, I don't know this, but let me get the solution engineer. And in fact, like, the solution engineers are oftentimes more important than the salespeople, and are sort of, cherished and maintained, and by the way, harder to hire doing it because they have this sort of unique combo of skills. But back to sort of maybe your question before, is they need to be good at selling, but they don't need to do deal making. And so the solution engineers, they need to get the customer to fall in love with the product. They need to be able to answer all the technically deep questions. And that's why at the beginning, that's the founder. The beginning, the founder needs to be the deal maker as well. And so to me, the combo is like, I don't want overlap between them. I want enough for a common language, but I don't want overlap. What I want is the sort of the other person to be an amazing deal maker, to be able to like figure it out. And the best salespeople, I've sort of seen I've really only lived in only worked with sort of really quite highly technical products. And the best salespeople were like not a technical bone in their body, like no idea, like you put them in front of the product. And we considered like, running them through like a coding workshop, for empathy and all of that. And it just ends up, it's like, look, it's a different, very hard, very valuable skill to have. And that's what we optimize for, and everything else is gravy. Well, culture fit, of course, for the company and all that, you have to have that, but, which also in sales you have to be very mindful of. But, yeah.
Thank you.
Just going back to the governance, I would say, just wondering whether blockchain solutions have been used for governance of open source projects, and also for generating initial capital, whether that's been looked at as a business model, if you know.
I'm going to do the sales thing now and say I don't know much about that, so I'm going to hand over to one of my panelists if anyone's aware of.
Yeah, we haven't used token. We have two of our investors actually got their money from doing ICOs, but we focused on building our own decentralized comp, which was hard enough rather than getting stuck into this sort of things. There are some projects looking at governance and this sort of things, but we haven't got involved in it.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think it's like discussed, but I haven't actually sort of seen it done at scale. I think you have to separate between the voting mechanism and maybe like decentralized. Like it's complicated, like who gets how many tokens, how many votes, and all of that, and how do you run it, which kind of moves you to more of a democratized, almost like a DAO that sort of that runs an open source project. And I think there's a confusion between voting, like you still need leadership, there's like fine, you can have all these different voting mechanisms. It's like a shareholder, like you can have a shareholder kind of pool, but most of the decisions are going to be made by the exec team and then approved by the board, and only a very small subset of them will come to the shareholders. And I think it's a little bit like that here, right? Like, in practice, most of the decisions are made by the developers writing the sort of the open source project, and then there's the governing entity, whether it's a corporate or a foundation. And I think blockchain really only kicks in when you talk about how do I consult the broader community in a way that is more than surveys and sort of those types of voting mechanisms. But yeah, it's interesting to watch.
I'm not sure if you were in the session this morning, but one of the things that's come out of these couple of days for me is that there have been quite a few questions around this area. One of the questions this morning is whether you could maybe incentivize your community with crypto or some kind of token. And I know that a couple of people in the audience this morning were actually actively looking at that. And so, I mean, it's not something I know much about. It's not something I've ever thought about. But I think one of the things I'll be doing after this is actually just exploring it a little bit more, because it's clearly something that people are thinking about.
I think we're being hailed that we're out of time.
Okay.
So. Cool.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you very much. Can you join me in thanking our panelists? Thank you. And I think there's tea and coffee being served outside now if you want to grab a refreshment. Thanks so much.
just go and close the door, and then we can start. Okay.
That's Sammy, but Sammy's going to introduce it, so we're good. No. Yeah. Thanks. We're going as we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Sami Atabani, and I am hosting this panel today with the rest of the team. What I will do is I'll introduce myself briefly, and then I will pass on to each of the panelists to introduce themselves. I was at Arm Limited for the best part of 27 years, and in the IP licensing team, involved in commercial licensing, open source licensing, as well as the M&A team whenever there was an acquisition or divestiture of the certain functions within the company. And I will go. I think we will start with you, Matt, again.
Hi, everybody. I think a number of you have been in the sessions over the past day or two. My name's Matt Barker. I have a long history in open source software companies, very early employee of Canonical, the people behind Ubuntu, where I was trying to work out how to sell services around that. I was there for 5 or 6 years. I worked very closely with Amanda, which is how we know each other. She was the legal counsel, and I was always pestering her for updates to contracts to try and get my sales number done. I then became an early employee at MongoDB, which is obviously a very successful NoSQL open source database company. Well, it was open source. I think people have told me it's now proprietary. And then I set up a company in 2015 off the back of the open sourcing of Kubernetes, which was open sourced by Google. Started with services, was bootstrapped, created an open source project, which became a core part of the Kubernetes ecosystem, and then were acquired a few years ago. So I've experienced all of the topics that we're discussing as part of this session. I've struggled with them all, so hopefully we'll talk about those challenges so you don't have to go through the pain of experiencing them yourselves. And I took on a role as entrepreneur in residence at Open UK to try and help foster, encourage, mentor, and educate around starting an open source business.
Hi everyone, my name is Amandine Lepape. I'm the co-founder and guardian of Matrix, which is an open standard for decentralized and secure communication. I'm also COO and co-founder of Element, which is a commercial company building on top of Matrix. And this Element actually has been backed by VCs, which is why this conversation is relevant to me.
And hi everyone, my name is Heikki Nousiainen. I'm a field CTO and co-founder at Ivan. And Ivan is a software as a service or managed service provider for open source data technologies. So we want to make it easy for development teams to consume and build on top of the open source technologies that we love and we think that are the best on the market. So my background, I come from a software development background, and just before starting Ivan, I was working at a Finnish software company and on kind of looking ways how to utilize cloud, how to make the teams more productive, how to deploy DevOps in a meaningful way, and kind of open source was cloud. We could get all the computing resources, but then we still had to push through our operations unit to be able to use the open source solutions that we wanted. So that's a kind of Ivan is perhaps a product or service that we would have loved to exist at the time when we were working in the previous companies.
Okay, so this is the last panel for the day, and I think we've had several sessions understanding what you need to think about as a founder. And the last component is the funding models and how to scale up. So I'm going to sort of really get the team to talk about their experiences and some of the challenges that they have faced, and then open the floor for discussions. Then hopefully that will give you a little bit more perspective. So sort of without preference, so let's start with you, Matt.
Well, I guess I'm, I feel like I'm probably someone who knows very little about taking funding, actually, because I never did it. And it was a conscious decision because I did have friends who had been burnt, honestly, by investors. And I was very nervous about the fact that I wanted to reduce as much risk as I could in starting my first business because I wanted it to be a success. So I took the decision to bootstrap. So I'd spent a long time saving money and getting myself into a position where I had enough money to be able to pay to live, like feed, clothe, and pay my mortgage. And I didn't have any money to put into the company. So I had to find money from somewhere quickly, and I felt the best way of doing that would be by selling services. And so Kubernetes being quite a complex piece of technology, I thought would be a good place to start selling services with. So that's where I started. I thought maybe in the future I might consider taking funding. It got to a point in about 2019 where I'd built enough of the service revenue. And we were successful enough to be able to consider getting funding for the services business that we built. But we also had a relatively successful, a successful open source project. And obviously there were a lot of people saying you should take funding to go down the product route. So for me, a large part of the difficulty in thinking about taking funding was whether I should try and take the company down a service route and go on a buy and build strategy, which I'd seen success with from companies from the first generation of moving to public cloud, with companies like CloudReach and Cloud Sherpas, where they effectively got a lot of money. They used that money to go and invest or buy sort of small boutique cloud migration companies, and then they kind of grew that way. Or whether I took what I considered to be a much bigger risk of taking VC and then trying to build a product company and do that. Ultimately, I decided that neither were for me, and actually we ended up being acquired. So I didn't actually go through the process of taking investment. So I know you started with me, but I'm actually probably more interested in finding out about why and how my co-panelists actually decided to take funding.
We can draw on your experiences, but let everybody have their opportunity, and then we can go back to you, because I think it is a business model that you have created. It's just a different approach that you have chosen. So Mandine, let's go with you next.
So on our side, basically we never really wanted to take funding. Like our idea was like, well, we're going to need some money, and I'll explain why shortly. But we really didn't want to become a kind of Silicon Valley startup, like super fueled with lots of money you don't know what to do with, and it's dangerous, and then just being, we always wanted to try to be profitable at some point to get there. The thing is, what happened is that we got incubated during 3 years in a company to actually seed the open source projects. So during 3 years, we were funded, we were a team of like 15, 16 people. So it's like 5, 6, 7 million that they actually put to just write the basis of the open source software. And once you have this amount of people to actually feed, etc., when we wanted to start monetizing, we spun out to set up Element as the commercial company. We didn't have a customer yet, so we actually had no choice but try to find external money to make sure that we could actually pay for the team. So that's why we ended up going this route. And we did our seed and say, okay, let's, the idea is to not raise more after, and then we did our Series A, and let's see, not sure we'll do our Series B, and then we did a Series B, and then a B1, and et cetera, et cetera. So the thing is that the shape of Element today, it's basically cut in three. We're about 160 people. 50 people are across BizOps, commercial, marketing, etc. And then 100 people of engineering and product. Half of them are pure contribution to the Matrix protocol, so everything is donated to the foundation, literally the copyright we are handing over. And half of them are actually working on the Element products. Some of them are open source, and some of them are closed source. So and when we try to raise funding, it's quite tough because VCs look at just the numbers and like, but why are your costs like double where they should be? Well, we're putting most of them into the foundation. So I don't think that all open source projects do that. Let's see, even those who have a kind of product model as opposed to services. But it's, yeah, that's where we are at.
Okay. All right. Our story started with, we were 4 founders, and we really set out to build the product and a service. We had it ready and launched it, and kind of we funded the initial development through our savings, and then doing some consultancy on the side, and then using that money to build the company. And I think we just about reached the level in recurring revenue that we could pay our own wages, and then we were kind of we are at this in full time. And then the next steps is that what do we do next? And that was the calculation. And we kind of considered that whether we want to go through the bootstrap route or we want to get external funding. And our perhaps the decision making, or how do we think about it, was that we had a product out and we had some customers. Our first paying customer came out of Mexico, where we didn't exactly have any marketing presence, but that was a kind of additional validation to that the service that we had could help developers and could help developers globally. And now we started to think that we are Finnish, or from Finland, fairly small market. The first hires, we started to think now we need some marketing. How do we reach the additional markets? And that was the kind of point that if we go that by revenue only, it's a little bit slow. If we go for external funding, then we can do those hires a little bit upfront and a little bit aggressive, and kind of try to get the word out of our service.
So I think I want to lead this conversation towards, so did each of you have a business plan, or did it evolve as you were going? Because I think it's quite clear that all of you had sort of some initial funding, either through savings or through providing services to build up, or in your case is an incubation. So I'm just curious, at what point did you start to think sort of formally build a business model and a business case to help you with scaling up? So again, I think I'll start with you, given that you had the easier start with the incubation.
Yeah, basically, so 3 years we were not worrying too much. It was more like, will this work? Because it's a bit of a moonshot saying that you're going to replace email and the phone network. So let's say, okay, let's build it, see if it works. And then at some point we had competitors of Amdocs, the company who incubated us, were actually starting to build services on top of products and services on top of Matrix and monetize it. So that's when we thought about, well, maybe we need to set up an independent company. It will be easier. And we went through a big brainstorming session. What kind of business model can we use? What are the options there? We came up with 72 business models. It was a very long list. So one of them were, oh, surely this could be useful for governments, but oh my God, no way we're getting entangled with governments. Tenders, a long sales cycle, no way. We'll just go for easy enterprise collaboration on a SaaS platform, and then we can evolve and we can provide an app store later on top of Matrix, and we can provide, if people want to deploy on-premise, we may be able to provide proprietary products. Let's see. So we started like this, but turns out that the first customers knocking at the door were governments, because it was such a good product market fit, where every ministry deployed their communication system. They have control. There is no, shall we use your system or my system? They control it, and they both own the communication. So we had to do with it, and they wanted on-premise, well, at least self-hosted, of course. So that's where we had to review a bit. We still had the SaaS platform, but we knew that in that case, then having value-add proprietary products like gateways, which allows you to connect between the secure network and the public network, or antivirus, or audit bot for compliance. These sort of things would be very valuable for enterprises and government. So that's where we started looking at proprietary product. But it's, meanwhile, when you're just starting and the French government knocks at your door and wants something a bit more specific, then we had to go the route of service and actually provide some specific developments, help them run the platform, help them customize the app. So we started with this, and more customers came asking for these. And so we started by being very services heavy, and it's just now, so like almost 6 years in, that we're starting to push the licensing model a bit more, because we're trying to build something scalable, basically. And I'm always amazed listening to companies like, oh, we just do services, but how do you do it? It's not very scalable. And I think quite often people who are VC-backed are usually have a product model, because when we go to VCs, say, and tell them, oh, our main customers are governments and we're selling services, they're like, what? No way. Yeah.
So just out of curiosity, did you spin off first, and was there some funding given by the parent company, or did you wait until you sort of won your first major, the French government sort of contract? I'm just trying to gauge how is this funding secured?
Yeah, basically we worked off the company, so we jumped with 12 people, 0 money, like just a kind of 3-month package or something. And so we gave the parent company some shares into the new company, because they still had put like 7 million in or something. But yeah, we started 3 months, and we had 3 months to raise money. So it was like the team trusted us.
Good. How about you? So at what point?
Yes. Hold on. I lost the plot. Can you?
So at what point did you, I mean, you obviously, the model that you have chosen is that you had to have established some funding. I appreciate in your case and your co-founders, it was savings, the individual money that you've decided to put in. But I'm curious, at what point did you scale up, and did you receive funding from outside, if you did, or did you go it all the way, all alone with those initial savings?
Yeah, so we did go with those initial savings, and really the time for us to go for trying to raise money was when we were kind of starting to hire additional people. But maybe back to, you asked about the business model. So we just looked at some old slides and our proposals, and we are quite close to the model. So we wanted to build a service that us as a developers would have wanted. It was very specific to Postgres. Postgres has a service because we use that as a component. Perhaps and kind of hourly billing, easy to consume, no upfront commitments, make it really as easy as possible for developers to adopt the open source database technologies. But perhaps the biggest realization to us came that when we used a lot of other open source components in the background to be able to realize our service and spend a lot of time in making sure that we could run those reliably in cloud, we realized that these other technologies are actually equally as powerful than what we loved. So we expanded from that one single service to first to Apache, Kafka, then OpenSearch, the time series databases, M3, things that we are using ourselves in the stack, but hope that other developers can benefit from.
You, Matt?
Yes, I did have a business plan. It was very, very simple. It was make money via services around Kubernetes, explore Kubernetes, look at where the gaps are, create an open source project, and then try to build a product strategy around that and sell ongoing subscription services or proprietary features. So that was my very broad plan. But when I think back to the business plan that I actually wrote, it was actually around database as a service, because I'd heard that Google were using the predecessor of Kubernetes Borg inside the company to run stateful services. And I'd been coming from MongoDB, where I knew that there was a huge demand for database as a service. So I was thinking, could you actually build what in Kubernetes is called an operator model around Kubernetes, put something like MongoDB into a container, and then automate that and create a database as a service. So my first year was actually exploring that, and very rapidly realized that no one was using Kubernetes at all. And actually what they were first going to use was going to be stateless services. But we did actually manage to win a contract. I'm sure they don't mind me telling you this, with CouchDB, where we actually did create an operator. So we did start to sort of develop that idea. You know, and who knows, if I continued down that path, I may have been competing with you, Heikki, but it didn't quite work out. So I actually had to rip up that business plan quite early and realize that we had to go down the stateless route. And at that point, then we started looking at Kubernetes provisioning, because actually setting up Kubernetes was so difficult that the open source projects that we started creating was actually around how you would actually deploy Kubernetes. And a lot of the conversation at the time was Kubernetes was so difficult to set up. I mean, there was even sort of instructions on GitHub that, you know, that was called Kubernetes the hard way. This is how you have to set it all up. And then and so that's kind of where we focused. And then it was more by chance and accident that we ended up creating the open source project that ended up becoming the successful one. But yeah, I had a business plan, but basically ripped it up within a year.
Why don't we mix it and have some, open the floor for some questions, and then we can come back for further discussion. So,
I'm Matt, future founder, maybe, hopefully. Question for Amandine. The services that you made for the French government and others that you were kind of forced a little bit to consider and build, did they become baked into the core product, or were they kept as a kind of a tick box optional extra, or how did kind of the forced change from your initial plan, kind of how did that get incorporated and merged together as things went on?
So some of them were customized the app we had. So basically they were taking Element as an open source application, fork it and customize it. So it was like pure dev to customize their version, like make it blue, white and red because it's France, etc. Some of it was like run the platform, and this is where basically we got to the point where we took the tools we use on our SaaS platform and packaged them so that we can use them when running our customers' platform on-premise or their clouds. And well, support is not much to do there. So there also sometimes they wanted a specific product that we didn't have, and we would develop and then sell them, or they would sponsor the development and then you reduce the license, or these sort of things. So it's a bit of everything. But some of it has been, funded by customers and then baked into the product after.
Cool, thanks.
Any other questions?
I'm actually just interested in that point. You say that you develop code for a customer, and then that does go back into the product. Do you have to get upfront agreement on the licensing to make sure that that's actually possible?
Make sure that like when they want something and you know that's something you want to actually keep as a proprietary product, then you need to make sure you're aligned with them so that you keep the IP and you can sell it to others later.
Yeah, because that's one thing that I was doing early days with the services that we were delivering, is that I did make sure I didn't actually go into a contract with a company unless they agreed to allow us to open source the code that we developed.
That's the other thing.
And so actually that was a good way of us actually almost benefiting. You know, it was mutually beneficial, because actually there were a lot of companies at that time that wanted to kind of invest in open source, but they also wanted the benefit of it themselves. And so I made sure effectively that code could be open source and we could benefit from it. And then it got to the point where I think I did get asked a lot whether the code that was specific to the customer was something that they gained a perpetual license for. So that's kind of how we ended up kind of splitting it up. But I would say early days, if you're new to sort of building out an open source company, it is worthwhile maybe considering that as an option.
Yeah, and but you need to really be careful about who owns the IP after.
Yes.
What we've done, so that was really early days in terms of take the app, fork it, and customize it. We're trying to stop doing that because it's been complicated in terms of managing the size of the team. You need to do that. So what we do now, well, we have done, but same thing, try to not do much, is get the customer to fund the roadmap. So some of our big customers in Europe, so mainland Europe, so Germany and France specifically, only can do time and material contracts. They don't want to pay for subscription when it's open source and these sort of things. So you're like, okay, then you pay a recurring fee for development and you are going to fund element X, which is the new version, or you're going to fund the implementation of this new protocol, and everything will be open source. But at least like they help support the overall cost and it helps the project grow.
Okay, that's interesting. So you effectively got them to pay for the features that you wanted to add and then resell.
It's a nightmare in terms of negotiation because they want to know upfront what is in your roadmap and we're going to do this and that order. And it's like the team is like, oh my God, it's a nightmare to agree on that, but it's better than nothing, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Tim, do you want to share your experience?
Sure. So I've probably got several questions, actually. In fact, I've got lots of questions. So we've been going for about 8-9 years now. So we're established in the marketplace, but still quite niche, trying to build the brand and the reputation. We're at a point where we are sort of making ends meet and, you know, we're scaling up incrementally, but quite slowly. And we're starting to think about, you know, VC investment. Is that a good option? Or private equity? Is that a good option? And or do we carry on the path we're on using self-invested funds to grow the company that way? And it's quite a hard sort of stance to take. I don't know enough really to say whether one way is better than the other. Have you got any words of wisdom, any advice? And also we do hardware, whereas a lot of companies we talk to at this kind of conference and forum are software-based solutions. We do products made from open hardware, software and data, and sell the whole solution. So yeah, just interested in your comments and thoughts around where we go next.
Just Tim, just for the benefit of everybody in the room, Tim's company, as he said, they develop some sensors in the form of hardware, and then they sell services on top of that collects the data.
Yeah, we do a number of different products, but they're all related to test and measurement. So on one side, we're doing production test solutions and hardware in the loop, automation. And on the other side, we're doing kind of IoT monitoring solutions and energy monitoring solutions.
Okay, so advice and guidance. So scaling up.
Quite a hard
what
question.
do we do after 8 years?
No, I would say that there's no right and wrong answer. Right? It's kind of how do we want to build the company, and kind of there are multiple ways. For us, it enabled us to go and start to hire additional people. And the founding team, 4 of us, were coming from a very similar backgrounds. So every hire that we did, say, to help us in the marketing, we did not only get better at marketing, but we learned all the things that we didn't even realize that we need to do. And same for going into sales, and a lot of roles that it would have been a lot slower path for us. So that's something that the funding can open doors. But obviously then in return, you have to give up some of your equity, and then you have partners for going the years that you need to work together with the investors as well.
Do you think they're put off by the kind of open source approach? Do you think that scares off investors?
I don't think so. I think if you can make the business model, I don't see there's a big difference between open source and proprietary. I think in the end it comes that if you can show the value to customers, what it is in for your potential customers, and then you can show on how to make that scale. Then the delivery is only one part of it. And
it's a kind of value proposition really, and what you're offering, the unique place you've got in the marketplace, and how you make money from it effectively. And whether that's open or not, it doesn't really matter.
Honestly, more and more VCs actually have an open source arm, and they're like specialists in investing in open source software, and it's getting more and more of an interesting area they're trying to get into. So I haven't seen open source, like sometimes if you speak to the wrong people, they're a bit like dubious, they don't really understand. But it's like now more and more have specialism in open source. In terms of the choice between the two, I agree with Heike in terms of both are valid. I think if you can find a way to grow a successful company without giving any part of it to anyone else, well, hell yeah, go for it. But it's always going to be a compromise, because basically what external funding allows you to, when you haven't just walked out with 12 people and you really need something, but if you have a basis and you need to make a choice, external funding will definitely give you the opportunity to accelerate a bit sooner. So another thing for us, when we like the B, for example, we took it because the was pandemic. And what do you need when you're during a pandemic? Communication solutions. So it was a way for us to go faster and grab the market, because otherwise it would just like fly over and we would have been eradicated by Zoom and Teams, etc. So if you have an opportunity and you need to get on the market faster now, you cannot wait, then you probably will need funding. And yes, when you get external funding, you give a bit of your company to someone else, but God forbid VCs can be useful sometimes, especially if you're a first-time founder. It's really useful to have people who have been already supporting hundreds of companies from seed to exit or something, and they have useful inputs and useful network for both growing your team, but customers and this sort of things. So yeah, there is no right or wrong answer. It depends on the situation, and both ways are valid.
And I kind of agree with you, actually. Leverage that funding and be selective about which VCs you take the money from, because actually in some cases it can be incredibly useful. I was involved in a company, and it's public information, helping a small startup, and they were the company had an investment from General Motors and managed to get some press release relating to that. And my goodness me, that does create interest. So think about who you might be taking the money from. Do your homework a bit in terms of be strategic about it, particularly if you're in your case that you know that there is no huge time pressure. But I also agree with Amanda sort of about you don't want to miss the boat for somebody else to come who have the money and accelerate their development and be the market leader.
Yeah, and kind of maybe for at least it was for us that we were very satisfied with the product, and we were kind of very satisfied with the kind of the value that we could drive on our mission. But it's just the kind of outreach, how to get the other people to know about it, and that's a momentum play. There you need marketing, there you need success stories you can share, and kind of people telling stories that they've been successful on the platform, and that's a kind of that's a leverage, or that's an area where external funding you can do just many more actions in the same compressed time frame.
Yeah, but I definitely agree with Sami, especially if you're not under time pressure. You have to choose the right partners, because otherwise it really can create problems for you. So do your homework, get references, look at what companies they've invested into, and if you like the companies, then it means like they should be pretty aligned with you, and this sort of things. It's really critical.
I don't have a huge amount to add, but I've been in your situation too. I know exactly how it feels, and I remember looking around thinking, oh, all these people are taking money, they're able to do this, they're able to do that. Like, I felt really, terrible about it, because I wasn't able to the whole team here and do that and do this. I think I totally agree with like being protective over equity and sort of like really thinking carefully about it. Also, like, what's your personal goal? I think when I was starting a company, almost like a lifestyle business was a dirty word, but I think actually that's a great outcome and goal. I mean, you're already successful, you've got a great team, you're doing great stuff. Do you really need to take the money? And then the other thing I would say from hearing from friends who have taken investment, obviously choose the right one, but also, I don't think taking the money is going to solve like the business model issues. Like maybe get yourself to a point where you're almost confident that you have a model that works and you've tested it out and you know it's kind of scalable, and it just needs the money to help you to scale it, because then at that point you're kind of ready. Otherwise, if you're taking money and you're still not really set on knowing what your market is and what you need the money to help you sort of accelerate that, then you're kind of going to be wasting time, and you've got the pressures of having external investment as well. So I'd say test the market, make sure that you've got that sort of pattern down, and then the money's there to just accelerate that.
Yeah, they probably won't give you money if you don't have your market yet, unless you have a tech which is like really unique and has something special. If you don't have at least showing a bit of traction, yeah, it's probably no.
So yeah, and I think with open source there was a comment made earlier. Sort of, I think a lot of the VCs these days actually are more savvy and appreciate that there is money in open source. That is no longer the case. If you looked at 10, 15 years ago, I don't think it was clearly understood. But I think most VCs these days have people who were themselves either developers who progressed and understand the changes in technology and understand the licensing business models. I would say also, I'm going to advertise for Amanda. She recently published the book where she talks about business models around open source. So I would highly recommend that you look at that. It gives you ideas. It gives you ideas as to what might work for you as a company. Any other questions from the floor? Anybody has anything that they would like to share?
I suppose just to add to that, considering I've sat through all of these now and been thinking about this myself, when it comes to funding, we've heard that people have quickly got rid of sales directors or their finance people, and they might have applied for funding for, throw money at a problem or something you don't want to do, or, you've got your big vision, but you haven't done the graft necessarily to work out how you're going to do it, and you're thinking money will solve the problem or something like that. But if you are trying to do it as cheaply as possible, it forces you to really think about, strip down everything and work out exactly what the bits are you need to get to your vision. And then when the money, when the limiting factor is resources rather than kind of the steps or the roadmap, that might be when the money needs to be asked for.
Yeah, that's basically the point I was kind of trying to make, that you've also eloquently articulated.
Maybe if I can comment on that, I think that's a very important thing, and kind of the money doesn't indeed solve everything. We learned the hard way that we were thinking that, okay, we're going to hire a very senior sales person to lead a sales team, and that will solve a lot of problems that we're facing with getting the traction. But it's really hard to find that role in that seniority for a company that would be a match for a kind of startup at that stage. First of all, the most seniors, they come out from companies and they have marketing budgets or tens of millions of annually, and the startup just cannot afford spending that. And then they're used to that they have teams of 20 people working for them, and it just doesn't add to the calculation for the early funding rounds. So you need to find people that are kind of eager to jump in and perhaps do the work, do the hard work, kind of grow in that role, and find those people. And then that helps a little bit on the money side, but it's kind of the whole hiring process. I think that's important part, but something that you cannot just solve by money. You have to kind of grow gradually and make sure that you have the culture where those people feel well and can execute and can unleash their potential.
Yeah, in terms of hiring when you scale, especially looking at the commercial organization, usually you hire for the specific stage you're in. So if you have no revenue, you hire someone who is has the experience of taking you from 0 to 1 mil AR or something like this, and then the next stage. And usually people are kind of specialists in this, So you know that some of them may have done the full journey, but usually it's like they are currently at 10 million in their company and they want to start again and take another company from 1 to 10. So yeah, that's basically, at least they have the right momentum, the right hands-on, the right experience, network, and it matches where you are at.
I've been in those companies where there's been an injection of funding and then some executive has gone and said, right, we need to now hire senior people from, at the time it was IBM, Microsoft, Oracle.
They're lost.
They came into the organization and yes, they were experienced and yes, they were probably very good at what they did, but they had an enterprise mindset and they were effectively applying an enterprise mindset to a startup problem. And not only that, they were also coming in above people who'd been there from the beginning of the startup and actually helped build out the early success and grow those first customers. And it created actually a lot of friction, and people were upset, and it actually led to sort of us slowing down in our ability to serve our customers, because especially someone who's less experienced who's joined a startup because they love the idea of the startup and they've got all this experience of running it. You're told by some person that's come in above you who's really senior and has got the perfect corporate or enterprise CV. It's easy to kind of look at them and just think that what they're saying is the right thing to do, but actually, that's not always the case. So I would be very careful about that when you're thinking about hiring off taking funding, for definite. And I don't know about you two, but I always like to think about trying to promote from within first before trying to hire from external. In fact, I don't think our company anyway, in JetStack, has ever actually hired externally into a more senior position at this point.
I think it's great if you can do it, but not everyone is able to step up to the next level. And sometimes when you don't have the experience, like you were saying earlier, you really need someone experienced who comes on the side. And we've seen that, and sometimes we had to bring, for example, we had a VP sales, and we were hoping to get him to step up to CRO, but we had to hire a CRO who was bringing a bit more experience. So I think if you can do from within, that's great, but you may have to bring some external expertise as well.
Yeah, because there might be an inflection point where you have no choice. There is, for example, expansion into different territories or different areas. You really need those expertise. I mean, the most obvious one is that you might have to hire somebody in a geographical location because you know that there is an opportunity there. So these are important. But I guess it goes back to the point about having that proof of concept product. You're either selling something that is available and solves a problem today, or you have a really wacky idea that is not proven yet, but it solves an immediate need. So look and consider what you're trying to sell and at what stage is that right balance to sort of say, okay, this is a new idea that I'm sure it will sell, and some VCs will see that as a big opportunity, so they'll be willing to invest sort of at that stage.
Absolutely, and I think the story for that the investors are looking is very different in different stages of the company. So from very early on, if you don't have maybe a little bit of revenue, but nothing kind of traction or that kind of traction that is perhaps regarding later rounds, then investors spend a lot of time assessing, is the team solid? Can they execute on the plan? Is there a kind of a possibility? Is the vision solid? Then on later rounds, it starts to be much more about numbers on revenues and costs and growth and kind of how to make those revenues to multiple and perhaps costs at bay. So maybe on the early rounds, it's really important then to be able to showcase on what's your history and if you can get introduction through founders or other people to investors, all of that helps to build kind of the trust on your idea.
Any other questions from anybody on the floor? Okay. So going back, I mean, I've seen it from the other side. While I was at Arm, we've acquired companies that were doing open source, that were not profitable, but they solved a specific functionality that we needed to complement our services or our products that we were looking at the time. So again, you know, as you're thinking about the funding, make sure that you promote both this idea that you are able to be successful building your business and you're going to grow, but also at the same time continue to ensure that the features that you're developing are unique, because that might help you. You may not need that funding because you're going to get acquired by an entity. And I wondered whether you had, you got acquired, Matt, or your company got acquired. So was that at what point were you profitable already, or?
Yeah, we were profitable. Yeah, what I found though was fueling a product idea or strategy off the back of service revenue, and trying to run a bootstrap service business as well as trying to create a product in that company was almost impossible. I found it so difficult, and I also vastly underestimated how much engineering time it goes into creating product, and how much service revenue we would have actually had to have created to be able to properly do a product, because it's very tricky, you know, especially in comparison maybe to making revenue from services. And I had a dilemma, because, like I said before, I was like, I know that I was in this position where Kubernetes was expanding rapidly, and I was worried if we just did services that we'd get out-competed by the big guys, the Accentures, the Capgeminis, the bigger service companies that were going to start doing Kubernetes consulting. So I might get my margins and my day rates might start to go down, because we were one of very few that were actually doing it. And then if I didn't focus, that I might miss the opportunity to create a product strategy around like a project that we created that might get out-competed or built into the Kubernetes project itself, or some other company may come along and do it. So I was like, oh gosh, I'm going to have to do something here. And so funding is the way to do that. So I spoke to VCs, and I spoke to investors locally who are more experienced in service investment. And when I spoke to the VCs, they said, yeah, we'd like to fund you on your product journey, but we don't need services. Like, that's not very exciting revenue for us, and it's only worth 1 or 2 times what you're making. And I was like, oh, well, that's a shame, because I really like my team who are doing services, and I really enjoy working out what's going on in the customer, so I really want to keep that. But the VCs were like, no, I think we need to, maybe put that aside. And then the service investors were saying, well, it's all about buy and build. Forget that open source project that you've created. That's not interesting. Yeah, you might have a lot of downloads of it, but it's not really going to get us anywhere. So let's forget that, and let's just focus on services and just kind of put everything into that. And I found that really difficult to take, because I'd just gone through blood, sweat, and tears to get to a point where we had a team of 20 to 30 people. We were doing decent revenue on good profit margins, and yet one side of the VCs were saying, time to sort of like set the clock back to 0 and forget that, and like that was like almost like, for me, take a whole new set of risks and almost like starting again. And then the service one didn't really apply to my ultimate vision of being able to go into the innovation and the product side. So actually the middle ground was finding a company that was doing what we were doing with the Cert Manager project, but we were doing it for global 500 customers and banks, and they've been doing it for 10 to 15 years, and they built a product around it. And what was happening is that those companies were now starting to look, their customers were now starting to look to the cloud. They were looking to sort of deploy Kubernetes. And what was in Kubernetes? Cert Manager, our project. And they needed a way to connect their product to Cert Manager. And so it was like the perfect outcome for me and us, because I could kind of like, I could take some money off the table, because I'd effectively not paid myself much over those years. I could be confident in the fact that it was a product strategy that made sense strategically between the two of us, and they were willing to fund that. Plus, they had the experience of building a product successfully. They're actually a $1 billion plus company themselves, and I also bought the time to kind of develop the services to help fuel the innovation, and maybe creating the additional open source projects that will support the work that we're doing in Cert Manager. So it was, for me, it was like the perfect set of outcomes, and that's the reason that we decided effectively to be acquired, and it's worked out great. And that was quite a relief for me, because I'd seen a lot of people be acquired and it not work out
Yes.
so well. But so far so good, and we got the product to market, and I'm still running the services and like looking at where the next movement in the open source is that we can innovate around. So it's really exciting still.
Do you want to add anything else to that, or?
Yeah, we haven't touched on M&A yet. It's also tricky for us because the idea of Matrix is to take it to such a big level that if anyone wanted to acquire Element, then we would need to make sure it wouldn't capsize the open source ecosystem neither. So it's, so far it's still quite distant.
Okay.
We want to make sure like we don't feel like we're at the point where an exit makes sense.
Yeah, maybe I'll take a little bit different angle. So we started as a team of 4 technical founders. So we had the product pretty much set, and then we had some initial revenue, and we could show that it was coming from global and not from our closest friends. But still, when we were looking for funding, we had a kind of good opportunity to visit Slush in Finland, an event where they mix investors and founders, and you can schedule tens of meetings in one single day. So it's very effective. And we started to pitch there, and we went through perhaps 30 investors, and none of them were willing to invest into us. Maybe half, they didn't realize what was our product about. Maybe it was our poor explanation, or then it was just kind of not in their specialty.
4 technical people, founders, obviously.
Yeah, yes, but then and then perhaps the rest 15 said that this doesn't make any business sense. That this business is as AWS and Google and Azure will take all of it, and don't even try. But so you needed a lot of perseverance and trust in your own vision. Then we found one investor, Lifeline Ventures in Finland, has partners that have worked in Google, and they immediately realized that, okay, what you're doing is exactly, kind of makes perfect sense. That it's an operational expertise that you are doing on behalf of the developers and in a manner that the automations can scale. It makes a business sense. So kind of just want to say that there's going to be, if you go and pitch and seek funding, there's going to be a lot of rejections. But have a conviction in your own story and the mission and the vision you want to create, and surely there'll be one partner, one investor that understands what you're doing and wants to join the journey.
But if you have rejections, ask why. Then you understand if it's your pitch because they haven't got it, or if it's because it's not their thing, or they don't believe in the project, or something like this. Because if it's your pitch, then at least you can fix it.
Yeah.
How do you decide on how much to actually get or try to get? And obviously you've got a preset valuation already, I guess, but does that come into the way that you think about how much you get, or is it based on the business plan? I mean,
yeah. Basically, you look at your business plan. What is my target? How much do I want to grow? How many people do I want to hire? What is the budget I need? Right. And yeah.
Oh. Same. I think it's the early rounds are very kind of arbitrary. So we had a business plan, and we kind of projected on our spend over the next 12 months, and then realized that the investors, they have a set percentage that they want on any given round, and that's pretty much how it ends up in a sum. So, but I think it's on that note, I think it's good to be not trying to be greedy at any point, finding a common ground, both from investor side and the founder side, because in the end, if the business is successful, then through multipliers, that those negotiations kind of they don't matter in the end. So.
Yeah, and sometimes you also have the advice of if you can raise more, because it's always better to have more cash than run out of money and have to start again.
But it's I want to pick up on networking bit. I know it's not specifically relating to the funding models or the scaling up, but it's a lot easier now as compared to in the past a lot of VCs actually create open days where you can just go and do the pitch. That's a lot easier as compared to 20 years ago or 15 years ago. So again, that is important. Look in your local areas. Look in I know, for example, in Cambridge, we do have open days where you bring in, talk to other founders in your regions. There are lots of sort of events where you can mix with other people and get ideas how to take your idea forward and decide what is the right business model for you and for your idea. So, sorry, go ahead.
Can I quickly add on that? Yeah. I would actually even recommend, even if you're not considering funding right now, try it out. I think it's a very good exercise on formulating your business plan and getting early feedback on how people react to it.
I completely agree. I did that actually, even knowing I was going to start a service business. I did go and speak to all of the local investors, and just what I found out was they knew nothing about open source, and they didn't know what I was talking about, genuinely. And then I was like, well, if I'm going to get investment, I'm likely going to have to go to the US. But this was 2014. And I guess since then, thankfully, everything's changed. And I mean, you're both examples of companies that have started UK and Finland that have got investment, and you're getting the traction, the buy-in. So it's not all about the US nowadays, whereas in the past, I think it probably was.
That's right. Absolutely. I mean, again, I mentioned the networking because actually you will learn. I think it was Johan said, ask why you were not successful. That is really, you learn from that and record that, because and act on that, because while you might disagree what their opinion is or what their view is, you're learning something from it. You're learning that you have to adjust and adapt your pitch towards other investors. Anybody with any thoughts from the floor? Okay, the back there.
Hi guys. Thank you so much for your time and generosity. I guess for us, we're a company that supports open source maintainers, and we have been talking with Heikki around our value proposition. For us, or the question that I'd like to ask is, the way that we work is we connect companies with their open source maintainers. The way that we're positioning it is, it's how do we connect companies to open source maintainers that in a way that they traditionally wouldn't. And it's about educating companies that the benefit of contributing and connecting with your maintainers is different to today, the way that they go about giving money to foundations, right? Because there's not a direct connection with the maintainer. How, from your experience in the open source space, how would you position that so the big enterprises, I think the small, medium businesses understand the value of that connection with the maintainer, but the bigger enterprises that are comfortable connecting with the Linux Foundation or any other foundation, how would you propose that this is presented to them or pitched to them? Tricky question.
Who's brave enough to take that? It's a very tricky question.
It is.
Anybody brave enough to start?
I'll give a stab. We had a pleasure discussing this earlier. I think in general, if I got that right, what would be the sales pitch to businesses on jumping onto service? I think open source, the business is starting to realize that open source is absolutely critical to every business. Every business runs on open source nowadays. Regardless if it's kind of comes through of all the software and everything that they utilize, kind of there's always open source underneath. And businesses are starting to realize that how critical it is and looking at ways on how they could help to make it viable as well. So I think you already have definitely a market of companies that get this and could well look at this. What might be one additional way on how to contribute back to the open source and make sure that the developers keep on pushing the limits on open source. I see a lot of companies are now starting open source program offices that are either they are looking to
hire people working on those upstream communities, or if they have own open source projects, making sure that there are kind of active communities around that. I think those units would be really good starting point on going on and pitching the idea.
I think I'm failing to grasp the question entirely. Is the question that you want to connect the big companies who are using the open source software with the original maintainers of the open source software?
Sure. So I guess just to clarify, when we talk to open source maintainers, the most common thing is that they're burnt out, right? So that's just a given of working in open source. When we ask them, have you contacted a particular foundation? And they're like, well, we're not big enough to receive funding from those foundations. But the enterprises that utilize those packages are raising issues with those open source maintainers, right? Because the package is popular enough to be utilized by the enterprises. Now, the challenge that we have is when we go to the enterprises and say, listen, your company, I won't name any names, but your company is utilizing this package, they depend on this person. Would you be willing to work with them, knowing that your team, your engineering team, is raising issues for these packages?
Yep.
The response that we're getting is, oh, we provide to the foundation. So obviously the system is broken, right? And the biggest burden on the system is the bigger enterprises, not so much the small or the medium businesses. So there is a disparity, or there is a gap between the value creation for the maintainers and the companies that are extracting the value.
Yeah, it's a very common theme in the open source in terms of these big companies understanding the fact they have a kind of responsibility to contribute back somehow, be it money or code. In terms of how to solve it, on the plus side, it's at the top of the concerns more and more. I was at the Open Source Policy Summit in Brussels on Friday. It was like, okay, how do we do that? How do we make sure this happens? Is there a way to make it clear? I think beyond evangelism, if you are, as a company, you're trying to get in touch with the big ones and build a business around that can be helpful. I don't really have an answer, and we suffer from the problem as well. So when you see your tech being used at scale by a country without them funding anything, either by giving to the foundation or by hiring elements to indirectly maintain the software, we are starting to be big enough to knock at the door a day. Guys, you realize what you're doing. If you want to continue using this, you'll have to help somehow.
So I think I would like to sort of give you an answer from my own personal experience. I sort of dealt with the license compliance for ARM and taken ARM sort of to conform with the open chain. And I think it was really a very difficult journey because people that you were pitching for did not quite understand the importance of what is the benefit. So I would say, I would actually talk to the OSPOs to explain the dangers of not doing that, the dangers of a maintainer just sort of saying, okay, I'm not going to fix that issue. And I think it is changing. We've had the number of security-related issues that had to be fixed straight away, security vulnerabilities that were identified, and the open source community really stepped in big time. That's a huge benefit if they invest in the foundation or to support that maintainer. That sort of is a way that I would approach that.
I've been listening to this and I've been thinking about it as you've been discussing it. But one of the kind of to pick up on that point, one of the pictures I might paint, and I hope I've got the name of the project right here, but OpenSSL was being used by every company in every part of their business for security. And it was run by 2 maintainers, and they'd been running it for 8 years, and they were responsible for millions upon millions upon millions of deployments that was mission critical to all enterprises. They were in the same situation as the people you're speaking to, trying to get funding from enterprises to get some support for it, and they didn't get it. And then what happened about 9 years ago, there was a critical vulnerability found in it, and it led to Heartbleed, which became one of the most famous vulnerabilities across all enterprises. And that led to those two maintainers getting something like $5 million from Google, Microsoft, Oracle. So that's what woke them up. But unfortunately, it was a response to a critical issue. And I think what you've just said, Sammy, is that actually the software that's being run right now in these enterprises that has the potential to have that impact if it goes wrong. And it's the same. It's Heartbleed now, but with all these packages that are all in there. So maybe you could paint a picture around that. I mean, I don't mean to go and start scaring all your potential customers, but you do have to kind of like raise these issues. And then I would also say that I would focus on the early days on the companies that are highly regulated, because what you'll often find is that those companies cannot, thanks to their regulation, be running software that is not properly supported. Yeah. More often than not, it's banks. And so if you can get a foot in the door with those companies, you can then build some value with those. So just by focusing on those, at some point you may start to get a few wins with some of those projects. You might be building a bit of value, and then at least you're starting to get a bit of traction, and then you can start to build out your company from there. I guess that's the way I'm thinking about it. But
no, that's very good. I mean, like the thing is, people are very receptive and acceptive that the problem exists, even with the SSL issue that you mentioned. Yesterday, we went for a walk with a maintainer, and he's taken on a package that 3 other maintainers had burnt out on, right? And it's critical infrastructure. There's one person that's taken a project that was maintained by 3 other people. So I don't think that the funding that Google or Microsoft did to that one particular project has solved the issue. But yeah, I agree. There's definitely a lot that we can do as an industry.
I guess one thing going into that direction, I'm not saying it's necessarily a good option or it's the Cybersecurity Act, I guess can help. Yeah. So the idea is that if you are commercializing your software based on open source, you are liable for the security of the open source. So you need to make sure that there is no vulnerability. And if you're doing it and you're not a commercial company, then it's fine. Like these guys wouldn't be liable for it because they're not selling it, but the people selling the software using OpenSSL would be liable to make sure that this has no vulnerability.
And we will see more and more of that sort of impact. I mean, I don't know whether you know the Open Chain project. It focuses on security and the standards companies need to adhere to when it comes to security. That, I think there's going to be a natural shift for companies wanting, and we've seen the same thing with regards to license compliance. A lot of companies, big and small, sort of decided that they will conform with Open Chain because it became an ISO standard, and that had a sort of a regulatory. I'm sort of conscious that we've diverged from funding conversation, so I want to bring it back to funding and scaling. And before I give the panelists the opportunity to sort of say final words, anybody else with a question relating to funding that they would like to ask? Okay, so I'll hand back and say just last thoughts and advice to people. Matt?
I mean, well, having never been through funding, I'd say don't feel the pressure to take funding just for the sake of it. You know, you can go a long way and do a hell of a lot, and actually can probably end up in maybe even a stronger negotiating position if you go for longer without funding. So I would just an advert for bootstrapping and self-funding, basically.
Save a lot of money while you can. Okay, Ondine, any thoughts?
No, I think that's probably the bottom line for me as well. Like, don't feel forced to get funding, but it can also be useful. It really depends on your journey, where you are, where you're trying to be, the overall situation. On the plus side, open source is more and more known and valued, so it's probably a good time if you're looking to fund an open source company. The basics is basically you need a to show traction. So you have to start building somehow and show you're building something valuable. Otherwise, you won't be able to get funding.
Thank you.
Yep, kind of want to repeat, there's no right and wrong. For us, it has been a very good choice because through the funding, we've been able to grow faster on the market and capture and kind of from the eyes of our potential customers, from bigger enterprises, it gives us more relevance. There's a less risk of kind of smaller player not being there in a couple of years. So for us, that has been successful, and we've been very fortunate that we have investors that we absolutely love to work with, and they have been able to kind of act as a good sounding board and kind of giving us perspective on
I guess something we haven't mentioned clearly is that funding may not just come from VCs. You can get funding from strategics and like companies who are aligned or have done something similar to you. For example, Automatic, who is behind WordPress, is an investor in Element, and it's just a very similar business model. And these guys can also bring a lot in terms of advice and help you.
Well, I was quite surprised to hear that if anyone was at the session earlier with Guy Pajani from Sneak, he's actually invested in multiple people that have been on the panels the past couple of days, which kind of surprised me. And he never actually met them in person. So there's people, even in these rooms, that have the potential to help. He's investing in you as well, I think, so.
Actually, that brings me quite nicely. I was going to say one of the biggest advantages with the open source community is that most of my panelists are very approachable. And I would say, and you know, it's no joke, ask people who have been through that journey, what is their experience, learn from that, and you know, don't abuse it. These are very, very busy people, they have their own jobs, they need to work, but actually having those side conversations, having learn from that, it's a big difference as compared to the full proprietary commercial world where people don't disclose anything, don't talk about anything. I think the open source, there are success stories that you can look at. Okay?
Absolutely. I'll just add that it's almost a duty for any founder to help all other potential founders and startups going forward. I think that's a kind of...
I am glad I said the right thing.
And I'll be invited to a few more panels then, going forward.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry.
Hi.
Go
Just
ahead.
wondering how crowdfunding works in this world, in the open source. And so Kickstarter projects maybe for a product, open source product. Why is there not enough of that?
Yeah, you could start with crowdfunding and these sort of things at the beginning. That could be an option.
Is there any risk to that?
I guess you end up having many different people being involved in your projects, and that might be a bit tough to manage.
Yeah, I've only seen one example of crowdfunding in open source, and that was when Canonical created an Ubuntu phone and they put it on Kickstarter, I think, and it was like the most funded project. It didn't actually reach their goal. But I think with, I don't know, the companies that in the open source space tend to be quite deep tech, and they're quite hard to sort of like have the flashy sort of like marketing sort of pitches around. So I would say, and there's enough money in the space where I'm guessing your average founder like can find an investor that can, you know, connect them to good people, invest enough money in them, and do what they need to do without them having to take the crowdfunding route. That's my guess, but maybe there is something in it. I mean, you know, maybe you could be the next person that does it, and you know.
The Librem 5 as well was funding like this, and but so basically you end up having your community backing you. And we did get donation. So we have on one hand the funding for Element as proper VC and strategic funding, but we do get donation on the foundation side, which is another way to get it.
Yeah, there is no right or wrong, but I think you need to consider at what point you might want to give that control because other people will have opinions. And this applies, by the way, even if you go to a VC or individual funders, they will want to have a say in the direction. I mean, I know Matt mentioned, well, they said to me that to stop the service side of it, and he didn't like that, and quite rightly so. So these are the things that you need to consider quite carefully. Do your homework. What are the implications of going down this route? Is the key thing. I think I would say. Okay. I think thank you very much to our wonderful panelists. Yeah. So thank you for attending.
I'm going to give a specific shout out to Matt, who's been in every single session over the past 2 days. Thank you for that, Matt. Oh, and Heikki as well, you have as well. Oh, and I think you, Peter, you have as well. So thank you so much for everyone who's been here inscribing as well, and also to the people who are doing the media at the back. I really appreciate your time, and Beth for being brilliant with a microphone.
Thank you.